Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined in my esteemed panel right here by Tracy Shuchart, our Senior Economist. We have Craig Shapiro, Senior Macro Strategist, and we have the one and only Pips are with us, Blake Morrow. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, all.
Things kind of calmed down a little bit overnight compared to yesterday's rout. We saw risk off across the board right now. I don't know, maybe anticipation of some stuff that's going on, or I don't know, maybe some news stuff. Shai, what happened overnight?
All right, so good to note, pretty quiet on the U.S.-Iran front, aside from both sides saying different things about the MOU. At least that is calm for now. What is interesting that is notable is that a super tanker has been booked to transport oil from the Persian Gulf to India at a rate of almost 9 times the benchmark. It's 897% of the current benchmark, according to the shipbrokers. Now, this is interesting, and this is something to keep an eye on, because if other shippers start to charge that amount, that's going to continue draws from other areas, particularly the United States, where our inventories are already extremely low. So just something to keep an eye on those shipper rates. Also, we have, I guess, the big news this morning is, USD ripping highest since May 2025, up for the last 5 sessions. And that is definitely pressuring metals this morning. We have CBOE has launched its first prediction markets product in its latest financial markets company working to capitalize on consumer demand in the fast-growing sector. It is going to offer binary option contracts based on the E-mini S&P 500. They will be available on Interactive Brokers and then roll out to Charles Schwab over the coming months, and then additional brokerage platforms will access over time. So more fun at the casino with binary options from CBOE. We have Alphabet is being added to the Dow Jones, replacing Verizon. We had FedEx reported after the bell yesterday. They had a profit beat, but margin miss and cautious guidance. So their shares are down 7% pre-market after they warned inflation and trade policy were still doing their favorite jobs, complicating everything. Now, FedEx is important because it is a bellwether stock that reflects the overall health of the economy and global trade, as its performance is closely tied to shipping volumes and economic activity. So that's why it is closely watched. We had Cervantes also reported it fell 10% after they forecast shrinking profit margin, just something to keep an eye on. It was a beat, but they said that profit margin left after accounting for cost of goods sold will shrink between 36 and 38% in the second quarter, down from 46.5%. With that, all eyes obviously on Micron after the bell today, and of course PCE and core PCE tomorrow. But other than that, for data today, pretty quiet on the data docket. Nothing that's really going to move the needles. At 10, we have new home sales and building permits. So another quiet day. We'll see if markets stay a little bit calm after all of the activity yesterday.
Well, we have an awful lot of stuff to talk about. I do want to say good morning to the chat. Special shout out to Paulie, Cat's Thoughts, and also Engineer Bear and Cooper. First ones to chime into the chat. Thank you, folks. Appreciate everybody being part of NinjaTrader Live. I want to ask Craig. I want to go to Craig right away because Bessin's talking right now about deficit GDP ratios and all the great progress we're going to make over the next 2 years. I don't know if you've caught any of that, but any thoughts?
Yeah, I was listening a little bit right before we came on to Secretary Besson on CNBC this morning, kind of giving a rundown of he gave a pretty big speech yesterday at the Economic Club of New York, kind of dictating, his 5-point plan about the Trump administration and the use of the dollar and the kind of the U.S.'s role in the future, shaping AI regulation and making sure we have reciprocal trade, and really just a reiteration of many of the policies that he and the president have tried to put into play. And so I thought what was interesting is there was discussion about the dollar and the strength of the dollar, and he sort of said, we're setting up things that allow the dollar to be strong. He's not necessarily saying I'm pursuing a strong dollar policy, but he's saying, we don't mind that the dollar is strong, which I think is a little bit different from what we came into the year and came into the president's term kind of thinking, which was this end of U.S. exceptionalism, kind of money, moving out of dollars into overseas markets. We saw that in the beginning of the year with a big move into emerging market currencies and assets and European assets and the like. And so, but over the course of the last several weeks, the U.S. has relatively outperformed much better than every other economy amidst the Iran conflict. And now, with the changing of the guard at the Fed, with Warsh's first meeting kind of going down, being more hawkish than not, and certainly supporting where half the committee is looking for rate hikes this year, you're seeing kind of the dynamic in play where the dollar has been allowed to kind of become unleashed here. And start to put some upward pressure in markets, and we're starting to see money, coming back to the U.S. or certainly going out of other emerging market assets and other overseas assets. Right, we're seeing that the Aussie dollar is under tremendous pressure, the euros become under more pressure, various other emerging market currencies as well. So strong dollar policy, yields moving higher with inflation remaining sticky. That's the dynamic we're faced here as we kind of end the second quarter and move into the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. dollar is ripping. I mean, the Swissie's down versus the U.S. dollar, Euro's down, Canadian dollar's down, Aussie dollar's down, British pound, yeah, and everything across the board. Blake, you got to be in heaven right now, being the pip star, watching these currency pairs.
Well, yeah, I've been long dollars for the last couple of weeks, so I'm at the level. These are at levels where I'm starting to, be very cognizant of where we're at and the moves that we've made. I've been pulling a little bit of my dollar longs off. I mean, some people would think you should be pressing here because of the big breakouts that we're seeing, but I'm also in the camp that the dollar, is it could move further, but we're going to need some more evidence. And with the PCE coming up here over the tomorrow, I think the market's going to be a little bit more hesitant to press higher unless we see a strong, PCE data, PCE number come out, which, we already have most of the components. So I don't think it's going to be, too much above or beyond expectations. But yeah, the dollar has been really, really strengthening. And I have to say, Craig and I had a little bit of conversation offline yesterday about these emerging market currencies. You look at like the US dollar, Mexican peso, the dollar rand, those are great examples of some really strong carry trades. And so as those currencies weaken, like the dollar mex, we're breaking levels that we haven't seen in months. And when that happens, that means that currency traders are actually selling their higher yielding currencies. That is a sign of risk aversion. And frankly, if we break much higher than where we're at, I'm looking at quotes, we have to get above 1770, 1775. We're probably going to see 18 again. And those are levels that we haven't seen in a long time. And the dollar mex has been very quiet. So when you start to see, these big moves and the dollar starts to percolate against some of these currencies, you have to have some awareness. There are liquidity strains in the FX market, so it's kind of, as Craig, I'm going to use your term, when you look under the hood of the markets, that's kind of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Mexican peso, it's right below that 150-day simple moving average on a daily chart. And historically, every time we get there, you have 1 or 2 days where you play around underneath it, and then it just pops back up above that. We'll see if that happens this time or not. But that's what the chart's showing.
If Jim, if you're at home, one of the things that you can do if your charts allow it, depending on what charting platform you use, overlay an S&P over the US dollar Mexican peso. It is probably the best, inverse relationship you're going to find. And so when that thing starts ticking up, it becomes a really big headwind for the S&P, and you can see it on the chart. It's very, very clear.
Yeah, everyone uses Ninja charts. I don't know what you're talking about these other charts. I don't think they exist, by the way. But uh, side note, well, speaking of interest rates in treasuries, treasuries are ripping higher, shy. I mean, bonds are up, notes are up, 2 year, the ultras, everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not. I mean, I wouldn't say ripping
Oh yeah, maybe
necessarily,
not. Maybe.
but 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 a little bit higher. Obviously, that I think that's giving some some calmness to the equity markets as well. Although, we did have some fairly big moves yesterday, not surprising to maybe be sideways here for a little bit, waiting on Micron. Obviously, everybody's going to be looking at that for the AI trade and what that looks like. And then, of course, data tomorrow on inflation. I mean, really, it's a pretty calm overnight overall, again, except for obviously crude prices continue to melt, which is not surprising, being that there's kind of no conflict anymore. And we are starting to see more ships move out of the strait. I think they're at like 25 a day now, down, that's still not much more. That's why I'm specifically watching those tanker rates, because that could put a big damper on traffic through the strait as well. If those, if people are charging 800%, 900% for the risk going through the strait, that's going to be an issue, and we're going to have some problems there.
Oh, didn't the president say there's millions of barrels coming through the straits right now? And
Well, I mean, 15 million barrels is seven VLCCs. So, it's not, it sounds like a lot, but, that's 3.5 hours of daily consumption in the global daily consumption. So just to kind of get an idea of what 15 million barrels actually looks like.
yeah. Well, before we get to the WTI, though, I want to kind of circle back to interest rates and get Craig's opinion, yeah, on the curve. When I see bonds over 113, I get excited. So I was a little exuberant when I use the words ripping. But bonds right now are at 113.12 handle, and they're driving up toward that anchored VWAP right now. They're touching it, and we've historically had a hard time getting over it the last couple months. But this time, I don't know. Is this time different, Craig?
TBD. I think tomorrow's data point is very important, as mentioned, this core PCE data point, because we've already seen where the Fed moved last week with 9 of the 18 members, ex-Warsh, looking for a rate hike this year, and the odds of a hike for July are, in the 30 to 35% camp. So if you got a hotter than expected core PCE print, it'd be very difficult for the markets to think that July meeting is not a live meeting. Now, Warsh also speaks next week. He speaks on the 1st. It'll be his first kind of public speaking engagement, so that'll be obviously something to watch. But with respect to the curve, what you're seeing now is the Fed moving more hawkish at the front end is creating more of a yield curve flattener, where the back end is starting to rally because of this, fears that the tightening that the Fed is doing is actually going to be unwarranted, right? And so with the dollar strength, commodities have already come under significant pressure. We've been talking about the oil price moving lower, and so real yields are moving materially higher, particularly at the front end. And so that's what's pressuring gold, that's pressuring precious, it's pressuring, the curve as well. And so I think that's a dynamic in play. If the Fed is shifting hawkish at the precisely wrong time because inflation fears have peaked, that becomes a problem for risk assets, later down the road.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, you mentioned gold, Blake. I mean, gold is. We talked about this a little bit too. Gold is not looking really, really perky right now.
It isn't, and we've been talking about gold over the last couple of weeks, and it stands out in my mind just from this weekend's conversation with like Pax and Samantha Leduc. She joined us as well. When your targets go from, when I say targets, we were looking at 4,000, 3,900. Now like Pax is talking about 3,500. I mean, that just should signal to you guys that at home that we're looking for lower levels in precious metals. And silver is breaking a new low too today, and we just broke below 60. So yeah. That lower end of a channel in silver is, as we talked about on Sunday, looks like we're going to the mid 50s. So when you think about like 3,500 as being a really critical breakout point for gold, and obviously $50 is the lifetime breakout point for silver, when those two levels look doable, they become magnets in the market. And so, yeah, I think you got to respect the price action here. 4,000, we're coming up on it, and in gold, and I think there's going to be a lot of stops and probably a lot of two-way price action around here. But if we get much below it, it could accelerate, and I'm sure you guys would agree, and Craig, you'd probably agree here. It's a bit of a yield play too if yields start to really take off again.
100% is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, Shai, I mean, we broke that March 3rd 4,100 psychological level swing low that we saw back then. I mean, my next swing low is October 2025, which was a long time ago. That's at 3901, another kind of close to 3,900 psychological level. I mean, looks like, are we headed there, Shai? I mean, this is looking pretty negative.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would not surprise me at all. In fact, I've been kind of watching that 3,800 level, 3,827 to be exact, is kind of where, for my long-term portfolio, I would start to buy again. So I'm kind of waiting for that level. But yeah, I mean, certainly easily I have 39.34 and then 38.27 and then below that 36.63. So we could see some of those lower levels, but I think take it kind of one step at a time, one level at a time, level to level, as I like to say, because anything can happen, that. So we'll have to see if we get, certainly if, we get a pullback, at least in the dollar, and we see some relief from rising yields, that would definitely, we could see gold move higher on that as well.
Yeah. Craig, are you going to start stacking gold bars in your bedroom closet?
I've been looking for those Costco deals again. You could buy those gold coins at Costco with a credit card. You can get it 2% cash back on the credit card, and then 2% back on the Costco card. It's a 4% discount to buying gold. So you got to look for those discounts when the cash price, when the Costco price goes below the cash price. Those are a great time to buy. So I'll be looking for that this weekend for sure.
That's clever. I love it.
I know. Like, why didn't I think of that?
But that's not
Right.
financial advice, though.
I mean, seriously, I walked down to my broker, and I try to cover the damn spread. I mean, doing the Costco route, that sounds like a great idea. Oh my God. Yeah,
Right?
Trace, we need it. Where were we?
I know.
Oh man,
Dude.
That's not financial advice, but great advice nonetheless. Oh man.
That's just life advice.
Yeah, exactly. But gold needs the narrative of the Fed and central banks globally loosening policy, right? And so that's just not what we're seeing there. There were comments from a UATA speech last night from the BOJ talking about, rate hikes. Obviously, the Fed has moved in the direction of rate hikes for right or wrong. It seems like the ECB is probably done with their rate hikes. That's on the margin, is constructive, but gold really likes to see real yields falling, wants to know the liquidity is coming. And so right now we're just kind of in the opposite of that. We've reconnected the relationship between gold and real yields, something that has kind of been missing over the course of the last several years, ever since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war. We've seen gold disconnect from real yields, but now you're starting to see gold reconnect with real yields. And that's possibly due to the fact that, maybe because we're, lifting sanctions on Iran, potentially allowing Iran to transact and earn dollars again from their oil sales. Obviously, Venezuela too. So as we're putting these countries back onto a dollar system, that dynamic of buying gold as an alternative to the dollar system, some of the, obviously falls by the wayside a little bit too. Obviously, Russia's not back on the dollar system yet. Although Bessent did say this morning, he did mention a comment that after the Ukraine war is over, he would imagine that Russia would look to come back on the dollar system as well. So we'll see if Russia desires to do that, but that puts a little bit of a headwind to the bullish gold narrative, and really makes it so real yields become the primary driver again. And with real yields exploding higher now, it becomes very difficult for gold to outperform.
Yeah, I mean, on the metals front, copper is another really kind of interesting trade. It's been highly correlated with the equity market, especially the S&P lately. Blake, you have some observations on copper. I mean, this chart's also looking a little heavy right now. No pun intended.
Well, it is a little double top. When we started the show, or before we came on the show, Tracy's like, oh, I got this little cough as she was coming on. And Tracy, I was looking at Dr. Copper and I'm like, I think Dr. Copper has a little cough coming on. But Tracy and I, we met a couple of weeks back. She came on one of my programs, and as she does normally, and we were talking about copper and where copper could bounce. And she was like, I think we're going to see a big bounce, and we did. Copper went from like, I don't know where it was at 615 to it bounced quite aggressively, like 7% bounce, 8% bounce, or something like that. But things are a little different. 2 weeks later, here we are. We're breaking through some supports, and now a big double top is setting up, which again, when you start talking about the dollar, and you start looking at precious metals, and then you start looking at copper itself. I mean, copper looks like we might have a bit of a pullback here. And I guess my question would be to Tracy, do you think this maybe shifts the picture on like global growth a little bit?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, the copper has been very tied to the AI trade, right? And it's literally been trading with those stocks, really. If you, look at like the stocks and what copper is trading, that is the whole trade right now, because that's where all the demand is coming from. And so, we've seen a pullback in equities. We haven't reached really new highs. If you look at like the NASDAQ, and copper is literally following that trade. And so I think there is that, because where I think that Dr. Copper kind of, even though I think there are problems in the global economy that's getting better, easing oil prices certainly helps that. But I think that's kind of divorced from that trade a little bit, and now it's become an AI CapEx story, because, copper was going higher with the CapEx, even though we had higher oil prices, inflationary pressures, meaning pressures on global economies, weakening economies, and copper didn't really care. So I do think it's somewhat divorced from that traditional Dr. Copper role, and more of an AI CapEx story. And so I think it's going to move, because those companies don't care what the price of copper is. They don't care. That story is going forward. We are building out data centers. We don't care. We're in a race against China. And so that's going to happen no matter if the economy is good or not, because these are companies. These are not people, and they're going to build those data centers regardless of what the economy looks like, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at that. And so I do think that this is really, I'm looking at more as an AI trade.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm licking my chops here. I'm bullish long term, right? We start trading below $6, particularly $5.90. I'm going to start loading up again. I know Delhi has a $7 target, and so do I. So I think the market's wrong. I think I'm right. That's the bottom line here.
Mark, sorry, I almost fell out of my chair there.
Oh yeah. In any event, so we got a couple minutes left. Let's kind of go around and get some last minute words of wisdom for folks listening to us. Blake, let's start with you. Words of wisdom for today.
I think you got to, Craig mentioned it earlier, and I'm going to agree with him here, because I think it is something that should be a concern of everybody. Just if you don't watch currencies, at least for today, and if you're trying to navigate through today's market, watch those emerging market currencies. They look extremely vulnerable. And if they continue to be vulnerable, it's telling you that underneath the hood, I'm using it again, Craig, sorry, I gotta throw that out there. But in the FX market, what we're seeing is lack of liquidity. And so when we're seeing lack of liquidity, people run back to the dollar. They sell these emerging market currencies. So keep an eye on the Mexican peso, keep an eye on the South African rand, even some of the commodity currencies like the Aussie, which has been extremely weak. We just completed a head and shoulder pattern, but still looks weak. You look at those higher beta currencies, if they continue to sell off, that is going to be a major headwind for equities. I want to be an equity market bull. I still think the key supports in the S&P are below 7,300, closer to 7,250. So I still think there's a little bit of downside before you can start, playing for a long side bounce.
Got it. That's awesome stuff. Thank you, Blake.
My pleasure.
Craig, words of wisdom.
Yeah, again, I think the reason this is so important is because we're in the window of potential weakness, right? We're moved through options expiry. Many of those supportive flows are now behind us. The market, as we move lower, it will shift increasingly into a negative gamma position. We're losing the share buyback bid as well as we push through this week as more and more companies go into blackout period, which means that the bar for other things to matter is lower now, and so cross-asset traders have become a bigger component of overall flows for the equity market, and so I think that's part of what we're seeing. The other thing too is with Micron after the close today, obviously reports right at 4 o'clock. Those leveraged ETF flows will be in play. They certainly were in play yesterday. We saw a lot of selling into the close. With the market's up right now, you'll get some positive support, but if that starts to flip late in the day, keep an eye out for for those flows. We have a 5-year auction today at 1 o'clock too, which will be important for the bond market. So, but I suspect a quietish day on the margin until Micron fireworks at 4 p.m.
Awesome stuff. And Blake, we'll get to the Kospi and the Nikkei tomorrow. We're out of time right now, but your thoughts are still with me on that. But we'll get to it tomorrow. It won't change that much. All right, Blake, Craig, thank you for everything. Talk to you guys later. Shai's going to be back with me in a second. Let's hop in and do a quick edge report. All right, well, let's go to the NASDAQ and to follow up on what's Craig's thoughts there. I mean, we had a pretty big sell-off yesterday, no doubt about it. Not quite as big as the benchmark candle. This is still the benchmark candle. This is June 5th, big candle. We had a pretty big candle yesterday, pretty big sell-off here. And you know what? We broke this swing high. And this swing high was kind of an important level right there. That's from the 14th of May. And we broke through it, and it kind of lines up with the benchmark candle's midpoint of 29,720. It's pretty close. So that's an important level right now, and we're right at it. We're sitting right at it. Today we have a baby candle, a pause, if you will. Not a big movement. Right now. And then from a bigger picture point of view, if you think about it, we did hit this swing low is important also. This is back on the 19th, and that's 28,663. Yeah, we closed below it once. We wicked through it a couple times, but we popped back up above it. That's longer term support. And look at that anchored VWAP here. That anchored VWAP is pretty far down, but it's close to that 38.1% retracement. And that's kind of a textbook retracement, that 38.1. I know it looks like, the sky is falling if we get down there and, all heck is going to break loose. But again, we're not even to a 23.8%, 23.6% retracement on the downside on a daily candle from a big picture point of view. So not panicking just yet. RSI is kind of not helping us much in the middle of the pack there. Intraday here, we do have some great targets though. We have Mentor Q 0 DTE put support. And that's really guided. This has been resistance all night long. We wicked through it twice. We're trying to get through it. This contemporary candle is a 30-minute candle right now. And we're just right there. We're not quite there yet, but this is a kind of a good guide. So again, it could act like a magnet, or if we break through, we have targets on the upside. We have the daily pivot at 30,000, which is just above that 30,000 level, 30,010. And then above that, we have Mentor Q's one-day max up there, and that's around 30,001. 84. So a couple targets to the upside. Alternatively, if we stay kind of, if we do break below that VWAP, and this is the session VWAP, by the way, that's at 29,781. Of course, this is dynamic. It moves around during the day. But there are targets to the downside, including session lows here, which really happened during the Asian IB. Another great example of paying attention to the Asian initial balance here. That low is 585 half. Below that, we have previous sessions lows. That's at 577. And then below that, we have the biggest gamma level, JAX1 at 29,500. Let's toggle over to gold. Wrote about it in today's newsletter. By the way, if you don't get the newsletter, it's free. We'll put a link into the chat. And it's pretty good. I mean, we Tracy, Adeli, Craig write great pieces to it. We all contribute to it. And it's a pretty awesome piece. So check that out if you get a chance. All right, right now, I mean, we showed this chart a second ago. Below that March 3rd lows, below those October swing slows is the next target. That's 39.01 right now on the main screen. And then intraday, though, I wanted to show you some levels here. We're selling off. This is, again, we've been kind of using this VWAP, session VWAP as a guide all night long. Pretty much that Asian initial balance defined the top of the session right now. Yeah, we had a sell-off immediately, but not that big of a sell-off. And that, again, put support, zero DTE put support. It's going to be super, super important today. As we consider any kind of pullback on the way back up. Again, it could act like a magnet, but we're a long, long way from this. This is a really bearish move. We're below that S2, and really the next target down, well, there's not a lot of conventional targets down here. We have S3, which is a rare, rare event at 39.35, but it could happen. You never know. So right now, this is looking pretty heavy. The volume profile is still immature. It'll get more mature as we go out through the day. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get another distribution that starts to develop below these this low volume node that we just cut through pretty quickly here. So that's this morning's Edge report. Back to me and Shai. Wow. What a morning, man. So it's an exciting morning. We got a great day today, by the way. We have a great lineup today. Let's check that out. We have joining us as our special guest, and we'll introduce David Cervantes more in a second. Pharm is going to be with us for Tape Talk. Then we have Kane and Leo doing Prop Talk. And then also they're going to parlay that into trading the open. So looking forward to that. They'll be joined by XYZ and Nick and Stowe a little bit later on in the morning. Trading the close after Shai's afternoon update and another Edge report will be Tanya, Jack, and Selma. So great day today, man. Looking forward to it for sure. Tracy, tell us about our special guest today.
All right, we have David Cervantes. He has been on before. He is founder of Pinebrook Capital Management. So let's ask him what's going on in markets.
All right.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, David. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man.
That's very, very awesome, man. I mean, everything's paused after yesterday's rout. What's going on?
I think the big risk event obviously was the Micron earnings, and then obviously the huge run up with the the DRAM chip stocks and Korea, the Samsung and HK Hynix, and it just seems like these things are trading multiple standard deviations above their 100 trailing daily rolling average. So I think just a little froth got taken out and positioned squaring right before the earnings. So I'm not reading too much into yesterday's sell-off. It's kind of just, it's just hard. There's no real signal in there. I think we'll get more guidance from Micron when they come out. But till then, I think yesterday was just kind of position squaring. But there's a lot of other stuff. I think there's a lot of things underneath the market that haven't been really discussed that we'll start seeing some an impact from in the near future. Specifically, with the Fed meeting, I think a lot of people were focused on is there going to be a rate hike or not, and I think that's really kind of the noise, not the signal. The real signal is really in what's the new reaction function from the Fed as we have kind of a new regime at the Fed, right? It's now we're going to be, I think we're going to be going back into the useful template is going back to the Greenspan years. In the Bernanke, post-Bernanke and post-Bernanke, it was really all about the Fed guidance and kind of being a nanny to the market. And I think the fact that Warsh was able to, deliver the tough talk really speaks to the resilience of the market, right? If the market were fragile, he wouldn't be talking tough. So him talking tough really means the economy is strong underneath. And I think how the Fed approaches that is going to be a lot different than, being a nanny hand-holding, monetary authority like it was in the past.
Well, that's not, I think that a lot of people would like them to speak less, not more. So I think maybe that's a good thing. You said we have a little bit of froth coming out of the market, particularly the AI trade. Are you worried at all about the concentration in that sector? And are you looking for this to broaden out at all?
I think it really I think the focus on the sectoral concentration really misses the broader point, which is the amount of money going into the AI trade, the actual cash flows. Now SpaceX is going to do a bond offering. SK Hynix is looking for equity issuance here in the States. So I think it's too early to really obsess about the concentration issue, because money is still coming in and out of the sector, into with offerings, out in terms of the spend. So as long as those things, the in and the out, are in an equilibrium, it really doesn't matter.
Is anyone going to talk about the Mag 7 anymore, or are we just all AI all the time?
I think it's really funny too. One thing I've been looking at is intra-sectoral correlations. So typically in the long run, five sectors that I track, XLV, XLY, XLF, XLK, and there's another one off the top of my head that I'm missing, XLY consumer. I look at cross sectoral correlations, and typically those things run around, the long run average is like around zero point 0.8 roughly. Right now we are more than two standard deviations below that. We're running around 0.5, and typically when correlations are that low, it could mean that, or signal that everyone's all in, right? When there's a sell off, those correlations will moonshot to one really quick, as people raise, get margin called, they raise cash, they throw the baby out of the bathwater. So there's a somewhat of a, on the surface, somewhat of a fragility to the market, but I think that sense of fragility is being driven by the rally's broadening out. Now you got healthcare outperforming recently. You've got financials outperforming recently, and industrials outperforming recently. So and they're outperforming much at a pretty strong rate. So I think, to me, that tells me that the rally is broadening out, and that the money going into those sectors is pulling down those cross correlations. And so to me, it's less about fragility and more about resilience. If you look at the core drivers and how that number is being brought down, XLK is actually trading in line with its historical correlation to the S&P 500. So, it's not, looking underneath the correlation hood, it's more of a broadening and less of a, everyone's all in on the AI trade and it's going to, give way tomorrow. I don't see it that way.
And I want to move this over to commodities. We've had, big pullback in gold and silver, obviously. Silver is an industrial metal needed for AI. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback in copper, also another AI story. So what are kind of your thoughts on gold and silver at this point? Is it time to start looking to get in again, buy again? Or do you see more downside?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, actually,
Silver,
it's really
gold.
funny. I put a note out. So I was actually bearish gold, and since last October, roughly, it was a little early, and I got really bearish on silver in January. And so let's just step back. Back in January, gold was more overbought relative to the S&P 500 by more than 3 standard deviations. That was the longest in its history. It was insanely overbought. Silver was just delirious. It was more than 8 standard deviations overbought relative to the S&P 500 on a 100-day look-back window. So I got pretty short back then. Obviously the trade's hard to handle in real time with all the volatility. Made some money. But now with the sell-off, it's starting to look attractive. And last week I put out a note, despite being on vacation in Rome with my son, I managed to get a note out on gold and silver about how now we're starting to see a little valley open up on gold, not yet on silver. So gold is now on a 100-day look-back window, slightly oversold. But it hasn't reached kind of what I call the sweet spot entry of -2 standard deviations oversold relative to gold on a 1-year look back basis. So, depending on your look back window, we're starting to see some value relative to its own trading history. Another metric I use, which is how does spot gold look relative to its 200-day moving average as a ratio? And historically, that ratio is about 1.04. As of yesterday, that ratio is 0.9. So it's oversold relative to itself by more than one standard deviation, but has not yet approached two standard deviations. So, I haven't actually put the trade on, but it's something that I'm getting kind of trigger finger on and getting ready to do. Silver still way overbought relative to its recent trading history. That one is a kind of buyer beware. That's obviously more volatile, but silver is still more than three standard deviations overbought relative to the S&P 500. So it's given back a lot, but it's nowhere near where it's like, okay, this is a buy. So silver is not a buy. I wouldn't touch it. Gold is starting to look interesting. I haven't put the trade on, but I'm getting ready to put the trade on.
David, do you look at copper at all in your metals mix?
I don't. No, I probably should, but I don't.
Got it. I just want to check on that. I mean, right now it's not, seems to be correlated with I don't know what anymore. I mean, the supply and demand part of it should you would think I'm super bullish on it. That's why I'm asking. It's just for personal reference because I want to buy some more.
Yeah, if you want to extrapolate, the industrial trade that I kind of flagged back in February, it went on pause with the war thing, but that trade's back on. I mean, not in the sense of my personal P&L, but in terms of how we're seeing the sector outperform recently. So there's obviously a correlation between industrials and copper, which is kind of like the ultimate industrial metal. It's pretty much in everything. So I guess just kind of arm's length distance. I can see there's definitely a bullish case for metal as the industrial trade is back on.
And I want to talk about energy sector for a little bit. We've obviously seen crude oil prices pull back. I mean, 70 is still higher than it was trading last year. But does this sort of alleviate some of the inflation fears and maybe the market's getting too ahead of itself, pricing in rate hikes?
I don't think so. So, obviously there's a strong correlation between headline and oil. But if you look at core, which strips out oil, core was facing inflationary pressures even back in January. And those were flagged late January, early February. And so a lot of what's happening with inflation has nothing to do with oil. I'm still of the view that inflation, it is a higher probability that core inflation will be higher than lower in the next few months. And that's again has nothing to do with oil. So I think oil and core are just there's two different animals. And obviously there's some, kind of some leakage in the sense that core captures airlines, which airlines use oil and energy, so there's some kind of phantom pass through, if you will. But outside of that, the real issue is services, non-housing core services. That's where you see the inflationary pressure. And so, think of healthcare. It's funny you mention that. We just got a letter from United Health saying they're looking to raise our premiums 47% for next year. I mean, that's just crazy. So that's the inflationary impulse is not coming from oil and it has nothing to do with oil. It's coming from other parts of the economy like healthcare and airlines and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like we're still in this lag period before the data gets really bad?
Yeah, I do. I think we should see a peak in inflation between August and October. Markets obviously have priced that in. The real question is, what's the Fed reaction function? How's the Fed going to approach this? Seems like based on last week's presser with Warsh, he's kind of a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? I mean, he was, he said what he had to say to get the job, but he came out guns blazing with, real tough talk. So I think right now the market is looking at that as a kind of credibility enhancer as opposed to just looking at what's happening with oil. I think it's saying, okay, we know inflation is going to probably peak in the next few months. Question is the new sheriff in town really going to enforce the rules or not? And I think the market for now is giving him the benefit of the doubt. But again, he is the committee chair. He is not the committee. The committee is more so could be in a position where the committee we'll see how that works itself out. But for now, I think that's the way the market is looking at this at the inflationary trade.
Got it. Shai, any last thoughts for David?
No, what else? Any pearls of wisdom or corners of the market are you looking at that maybe other people aren't looking at that you'll tell us?
Yeah, no. One thing I'm pretty bearish on is China. I've been short China for a few weeks, and it's paying off well. Now we're in the double digits on that short trade. And I think the way to play the emerging market trade is to strip out China. So it's EMXC is one way to do it. Many ways to do it, but that's the one that's most accessible to retail. So if you want to get emerging market exposure, stay the hell away from China. I'm pretty sour on them. Europe, I think, is I'm also short Europe. I think they're facing a slowing of the economy and an increase in inflation, and an ECB that's on kind of in hawkish, and that's going to be continue to weigh on European equities for the near future.
Well, we're out of time, but we got to get you back on. I got a million questions on your China being sour on the China situation, but we are up against time. David, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here on NinjaTrader Live.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, and Chad, don't forget to follow David on X. His X handle has been posted, EconStratPB in the chat. So if you get a chance,
Awesome.
Our time was too short with David. I got a million questions.
We'll get him back on for sure.
In any event, Tracy, that's it. Any last words of wisdom for everybody before we shoot over to the one and only Pharm?
No, just stay nimble. Just remember, we don't really have any data today until Micron after the bell. So quiet day on the data front, and of course, any headline risk out there. But at least we've got it seems like right now we've got the U.S.-Iran situation is a little bit calm.
Yeah, got it. All right. Appreciate you as usual. Great start to the day. Tracy, I will talk to you later on today, and we're going to get Pharm in here for a TikTok. There he is. How you doing, man?
Morning, Cags. How are you doing?
Pretty good. You're looking pretty dapper with the blue shirt and the blue background on the chair, man. You're jiving. You're color coordinated.
Yeah. I'm faking it. We're still getting the house set up, so we're not quite there with the office yet. But it's kind of cool to have David on it. Follow him, enjoy his stuff. The man's not short of stock. He's short of country, like a real man, right? I love that. I love that. Short multiple countries. Yes. It's my man.
Bearish China and probably bearish Europe too. My goodness.
Yeah, China's been absolute. I took one shot at China. Never again. Just never again.
I wouldn't even know how to short a country. I mean, how do you do that?
That's right. That's good stuff.
Everything good in Arizona?
Yeah. It's been good stuff. It's definitely getting a little old being EST -3 for sure, but got a number of months left on that. So early mornings, but here we are, and we've had some really, really crazy overnight sessions, right? I mean, Asia's been nuts. It's been a while since we've seen that. So I mean, the question on everybody's mind is, for Pharm, is up or down? The answer to that riddle is yes, and a lot of it.
But before you get started, though, do you ever take the Asia trade, the Asia initial balance breakout?
I mean, not specifically that trade, but I do trade Asia, and I'm not much of a breakout trader. More looking for the failures to take the other way. But there's been some glorious trades during Asia for sure lately.
Yeah, I've been a super fan of it for ever since Selma turned me onto it. So she's like, yeah, man, I never sleep. I just trade, and and so I started looking at it, and there's some great opportunities there overnight.
Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fun day yesterday, right? Just a small gap down yesterday, as David pointed out. Looks to be more of a sort of a round two of that, you know, over leveraged situation across the ocean. And, to me, I kind of felt that was probably coming. Those things are hard to time, of course, but, it does seem like that's mostly, what it was for now. But we left a pretty large bearish RTH gap behind on both NQ and ES. We're now accepting back into the week's range from the week of June 7th. That's not particularly bullish. So I'm in the situation where like this reads as bearish consolidation to me for lower prices. The flip side of that is I look at, kind of the lows and how sellers struggled yesterday and overnight, on ES 7420s and on NQ, I want to say like 620s below there. They weren't ready to sell there just yet. So that kind of tempers a little bit of my bearishness. Same time, you gap down that far. You really expect sellers to come in and hit it. I don't know. We'll see if this was just a pause and this is bearish consolidation for lower. I've got ES up here first. And you can see, right? So we formed an initial distribution on Monday. Some volume up there, the big gap down, and now we're consolidating. To me, this 63 to 72, it's a wide level for me, which I hate doing that. But, it's inclusive, obviously, of last week's low. And if you're on a non-MAC adjusted chart and the continuous contract, you'll see it's kind of the upper edge of the trailing week from there. So acceptance back below there, has potential to me for 73.36 to 73.42. I don't necessarily see that as being a super clean path. And maybe not today, right? I think you probably called out the key gamma banana vanna levels, I suppose, for today. I don't think I got that, but I suspect there's something around the 73.97 to 7400. I guess that would be around 73.30 SPX.
Yeah, that's where put support sits at 7400 right now.
Yeah, that works. That makes sense. But basically what's going to happen is, well, this was the short for today. It was 63 to 72 remains offered. You can look to take that back down towards these 74.20s. So I'll flip over to the 5 on here. So a lot of things played out overnight already, right? So we're looking for failures from sellers below these 74.20s. Didn't even make it to yesterday's low. So it's like, and twice, right? This looked nasty coming back in and they still couldn't get there. So hard to be, too bearish there. So, look for longs on failures from sellers to get through there. I don't really see that anything has changed from that plan. I think we can get excursions higher. But this 74.91 was the, N-2 week high. So we're trapped in that week of June 7th here. So I don't see that as bullish. And so I plan to lean with the sellers. I am cautious about the fact that okay, well, maybe it was just this short-term positioning on one. They don't usually finish in one day. It kind of didn't the last time. But I got to lean with the sellers while they have control over these short time frames. But we're in this massive 7-week balance. So there's two-way trading at any time. And I've kind of been pounding the table on that. And we've seen a lot of glorious two-way trading, right? So I'm not going to stick to any kind of bias. But for me, it's shorting failures today, up in this kind of 74.60, 74.70 range. If we can't get back into last week's range, how is that bullish, right? And then, looking to be covering anywhere down towards this 74.26, 74.30 on ES. And it's going to require sellers to find a way to build some volume below there, push through yesterday's low and make a run for what sounds like it'll be put support today. 73.97, 74.03 is my weekly level. And if we get through there, the 73.63 to 73.68, which sounds like it would be right about 7,300 on SPX. So I assume there's probably a little bit of something there on the profile as well. So that's ES. Really, I have no interest in diddling around anywhere else in the middle there. I'm just playing these edges here. I am short right now. on ES, and I've just been trading like NQ against it a couple of different ways, which is just a similar picture, right? It's a little bit less clarity about acceptance into the 6-7 week range. We've kind of flirted with 848 was its high on a non-back adjust or a continuous contract. And it looks like we're finding offers there and above today. So I'm looking basically at this 29.3 as being a target if sellers can find that sell button and get continuation down through yesterday's low, which again, like I'm sort of looking at this profile and looking at the overnight profile, yesterday's profile, and just like, I mean, they just shit the bed every time we hit 620s and below. So I'm definitely not looking to be short anywhere near there. So, again, for today, the same. I think the plan still broadly stands, which, for me was longs on failures to get through 620s, 625, 648. And then I wouldn't mind shorting a pop up here in these 920s, 923, 943. I feel like this 804 spot, I've got that as a daily level, 804 to 815. To me, like one side or the other is going to have to shit or get off it and control this spot to find a move today. You could see right at the open, it put out an amazing trade, but then sellers shit the sheets down here again to these 620s. And so it's like, are you really going to sell these 800s if you see this, you're looking down, you see this a second time? So I don't think either, really neither side controlled it yesterday. And so I was a little bit hesitant, made for a nice trade. I still think at some point, one side or the other is going to have to firmly control this area coming out of today. So it's like sitting there right at session VPOC right now. So I'm not like super enthused to execute there for now. But to me, offering these 740s to 769, bigger picture opens that move down to the 300s and 29 300s. But again, like if sellers can't get through this 625, build some volume down through yesterday's low, it doesn't matter, right? So for now, I generally see these as the edges. Again, we kind of just filled in yesterday. This is kind of like a Dollar General LVN yesterday. I just wasn't convinced about it. Again, neither side controlled it. And so all we've done is just like fill it in with volume. So it's kind of shitty on the weekly profile. So I still do like the 920s if we see an excursion higher. If we see weakness and we're offering 740s back down to 625 to 648 probably. And again, if they can break that low with continuation, my major target is down into this 302 to 339 spot. You've got the N-2 week VPOC around 430s or something might offer a stall. And I don't know, didn't hear what you had, anything there on put support or call resistance on NQ. But those are the big spots I'm working with. And again, I was hoping this 804 would be clean, 804 to 815 would be clean. It was early session and now it's just VPOC. So we'll see how that behaves. But again, I feel like this is a situation where late in the day today, one side's going to have to take control of this spot. And if it's buyers, we're looking for 923 to 943. And then above there is yesterday's high. It can come pretty quickly, bring the daily back to balance. And then you're like, oh, wait, why was I so bearish after yesterday? And if sellers can control this and offer these 740s, give them another shot down here at these 620s and see if they don't pull off. But again, big, massive multi-week balance. We're going to see two-way trading. It's going to be amazing. It has been amazing. So I think if you're a biased trend trader, it's trouble. But if you're just taking good trades at good locations, I think it's been excellent.
Yeah, since about 1:30 this morning, this has been value area trading on an intraday chart for the NASDAQ. We're, going top of the value area, bottom of the value area, just about every single 30-minute candle. It's been sideways here. I know a lot of traders are waiting for a breakout one way or the other, and I think you articulated some really good targets on the downside. I do have a JAX1 at 500, so should we break out to the downside, at least there's that target.
Yep. Yeah, that'll work for me. Look, if you are looking for follow through on trades, I guess when intermediate time frames are in balance, highest time frames are still bullish. We haven't taken out a prior month's low. So like, why are bulls going to completely and utterly roll over? They're not. And then, sellers are in control of these shorter time frames. So you have a little bit of time frame conflict, I'd like embrace it. That's what I think. I mean, again, amazing two-way trades, but if you're a biased trend trader, you're probably getting rinsed on either side of it, right? But there's been some amazing opportunities, and for me, I still would look for any inability from sellers to get through these 620s. That would include if we come down and we take out yesterday's low and then come back into range, back above 625, 648. That might look even better, right? Because clearly, like, buyers haven't had it in them to lift. They've been willing to defend. I think it's more appropriate to say that sellers have pulled off than this is necessarily some kind of fantastic buyer defense. But maybe that's what wakes them up, right? Maybe you run these lows and then come back into range and scoot back across to like 800. That would be a nice trade as well. And then, clearly, I feel like these highs are just begging to be taken right into this 923 to 943 spot. So that's probably something I would be looking at. But I mean, if you're sticky above the overnight high, right, I don't think you want to be short necessarily. But a first pop up there, an excursion that comes back into the overnight range would look good. And maybe that's what wakes up sellers to find some willingness to sell through the 620s. So, I mean, really, like, those are the only trades I'm looking for, just edge trading here for me today. I do think if we do get up to yesterday's high, again, keep in mind we have a just ginormous bearish RTH gap sitting above, so I think that should be considered resistance until proven otherwise. But firm bids above this 63 to 72 spot, I think you are coming up to yesterday's high and then get a test of that bearish RTH gap. But again, lean is for lower. We'll see. Like, the RTH sessions have been nowhere near as good as like even Asia. It's been kind of weird. But you get the 0 day crowd comes in and they just ruin it for everybody, right?
Well, it seems like there's an awful lot of bears that are in the closet. They don't, they don't want to admit they're bearish in this raging bull market that we've seen over the last, I don't know how many months. But I think they're out there just ready to pounce to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where, like, if you're a trader, it just doesn't matter a whole lot, right? I can be bullish and be max short, and I can be bearish and I can be max long if it's right in that situation. So rinse that bias and trade this two ways, and I think we'll continue to get great trades.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Appreciate you for sure. Be sure you guys follow Pharm on X if you want to have fun. It's a fun follow for sure. So thanks for being here, Pharm. Let's hand the ball off to Prop Talk with Trader Kane and Leo the Big Cat.
Have a good day.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will happily admit I'm a raging bear in a bull market. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, you don't even need to admit that. We all know.
Yeah. Well, Jim was like, the bears are afraid to come out of hiding. I'm out of hiding, Anyway, how are you, sir?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm better now that I'm talking to you on NT Live.
Stop it. You're making me blush. You're not making me blush. It's just fucking hot as balls in the UK right now.
I heard, and everyone's going to London with no AC, and it's 95 degrees out. I love it.
Yeah, people are going to really feel the London heat in a different light. Okay, Prop Talk. Do you have anything from a infrastructure or tooling perspective you want to cover off?
No, I've been testing the more advanced lockout features for individual account types. It seems to be working well. So I'm looking forward to seeing that get pushed out. We talked about that last week, so I won't harsh on that. Other than that, that's it. Yeah,
no, I've also been testing it. It looks pretty good right now. I haven't been able to test it a bunch. I've not been trading too much, but yeah, it looks like it's working. I mean, that's basically what we need it to do. Okay, from my side, we'll start with the neutral, we'll head into the bad, and we'll finish on the good. So rise payout withdrawals. So a lot of people know if you for quite a lot of the popular props, not all of them, but quite a lot, rise payouts is a common way of receiving your money. They had issues last weekend, and they're actually in the process of updating to a new version, Rise like V2. I've been getting tons and tons of emails about it, getting warned from some of the firms about some of the changes, and that there are going to be some more teething issues on the horizon. So if you are, one of the lucky few people that I know, no, I'm kidding, obviously, but if you are profitable in trading prop, then you do take payouts from Rise, expect some sort of issues. It's not specifically to prop, it's just a Rise platform problem, but obviously prop is pretty popular there. Being different. What else is there? Tradeify launched prediction markets. They're kind of they're toying with something on the World Cup right now. They also merged their crypto Discord. I don't think their crypto division is doing as well as they probably would have hoped. So I think they're trying to bulk everything back up together, which makes sense. The bad. Okay, so we'll stay on theme for a while. Alpha Futures. They had an outage last week related to Trade of Eight. Some of the accounts got put into auto liquidation, which meant that from around 1 p.m. EST on June 22nd, any issues you had regarding your trading, you would have, if you were in a losing position and way above your drawdown limit, you would have just been auto liquidated, even potentially on a winning trade. So they've basically said if you open a sport ticket, can provide your account number, the team will take care of you. They'll reset it. On to even worse news for Alpha Futures. I think the unforbidden rule here is no retroactive rule changes, and they did Adam and Eve. They ate the forbidden fruit. The forbidden fruit being reducing payout caps from people that have already purchased accounts. So they bought in a new account recently called the Alpha Premium account, I believe. I can't remember the exact name, but I think that's it. And basically, it's a lucid flex, a flex variant type of account that has obviously become ever so popular. They launched it to market with some increased payout caps. I think the 150K at the time had a 3K payout cap. Those have slightly been reduced, and you could go from 3K all the way up to 6. They have slashed those payout caps, so they have been nerfed. So, and it has been confirmed that that is retroactive to all active accounts. So if you purchased an account recently expecting to go there and get those increased payout caps, that unfortunately is not going to be the case. They have been reduced. If you want to know the exact reductions, obviously check out their website. Their FAQ will tell you the exact figures. I don't have them here at hand. Onto the more positive stuff. Next Futures released their payout stats from June 18th to June 14th. They paid out just over $1 million, with nearly 700K of that being in the US alone. The UK was 78K, Italy was 63, India 61, and Canada 57. So they're paying out quite a lot of money over a weekly period, a 5-6 day period. Just over $1 million. So if we put someone on a 4 million month roughly ish. Obviously, it doesn't work that math. The math doesn't work that way 100% of the time. And then just to summarize, Lucid crosses 200 million in payouts. They've been going just under, what is it now? 16 months ish. I think it's about there. I don't know the exact date. Yeah, about that. Without looking, I wouldn't know. But they've crossed 200 million, which is a massive number, right? 350,000 traders worldwide to date. Average payout time of 15 minutes. They've continued to innovate. And yeah, 200 million is a fucking massive number. So that's it from me. Nothing too exciting. And obviously, those of you that are not aware and living under a rock, Prop Match are hosting a Prop Expo this weekend, basically bringing everyone together. So if you are in London and you want to go, it's not free. You have to pay, or you can beg someone to get you a ticket. I don't know. Then yeah. For those that want to ask, am I speaking? I am not. I declined to speak. So there we go.
Did you have to note that?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I did.
You were asked to speak and you declined. You said, no, thanks.
Actually, I'm going to be very honest. I told them to pay me and they said no. So that's the reason I'm not speaking.
There you go.
End. Yeah, I'm not going to do it for free.
Everybody's going to be in London, except for me.
Yeah.
And you know what? I was thinking about it last night because I was like, am I gonna miss out? Like, am I gonna have any FOMO here? And I'm like, no, because you know how toxic Prop Firm Twitter is. I can't imagine getting all those same people in the same building together will go over any better.
I personally don't. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing the boys. AJ Brett, a couple of the NinjaTrader guys, all the prop owners. I'm not necessarily looking forward to seeing the influencers too much, but I'm coming into Friday night having dinner with AJ, as you know, and then I'm going back for the event, and I will show my face, say hello to everyone, watch a couple of the speeches, and I'll be out.
Any Did you see Top Step has Top Step Labs? What a crazy, unique idea. Any ideas where that came from? I
Don't
just want
know.
to go on the record. It was Orderflow Labs first, and then The Lab, which you created, and now Top Step Labs.
Yeah, it's true, actually. Leo speaks facts only.
Trendsetter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I actually teased Josh about it on Twitter. Did you see?
I did too.
I was like, wow, bro just wants to be me. Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would have bought the futures desk if you'd have asked nicely. I don't know if I'd have paid the money that Top Step paid for it, but I would have bought it.
I like Josh. He's a good guy.
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
Kane,
should we talk markets?
Fuck, do we have to?
I think so. I think that's what we're here for.
I was kind of just hoping I could come and kick it with you in the chat today.
I mean, as much as I'd love that.
All right, you want to go or shall I go?
I mean, to me, it's pretty cut and dry.
Sell it to zero and don't
sell
stop.
Yeah, sell it to zero. We have this balance area we've broken. We retested it from below right here in these 89s, 989. It kind of pierced through it. But essentially we're building volume and value below this balance area. Almost like a high time frame dead body. If you want to use XYZ setup terminology. We do have this support here that's been it's been defended. I think Pharm mentioned that kind of buyers are happy to defend, but they're not initiating. And so I think if that breaks, if these lows break, it could be a nice trip through 29,400. This would be my next target range there. And then look for this low volume area to be defended potentially for another rally back up into here, and then see what happens. I'm not particularly bullish. I don't think anything suggests to be bullish right now. So I'm gonna focus a little on the short side, unless if they just come straight out the market open and just buying it up. I'm not gonna obviously just sell into that, but it does appear to be a bit of a bearish scenario here going into this morning's open. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, me too. I think this week is setting up to be a bearish like continuation off of the high, right? That was formed on Monday. I love it when Monday forms like a really good high, and I think that 10 a.m. high is really good. I know that a lot of people really don't like it, but that I fucking love. Like NQ took out basically everything other than the 6 o'clock or the 7 o'clock over high, the current NQ high. ES looked like weak as piss, couldn't take anything out. And then everything broke to the downside, and now all of this volume, gap up, gap filled, struggling to get back up there. We break from here. There's a lot of people up there that are in a lot of pain,
Yeah.
So that's typically the type of, swing short I would like to play. I covered my 10 a.m. trade on Monday far too fucking soon. And now I wish I was still in it, but that's hindsight, and that would, probably make me a trillionaire at this point. But intraday, we've got this sideways action. When we look at the 4 hour, it doesn't really look that good. Failing to take highs, failing to take lows. Yesterday, obviously, we took out the low into 2 o'clock. We then rebalanced in. We've not really gone anywhere overnight. When we look at, just this sideways, we've just gone up, down, up, down, up, down. But as time has progressed, the market has got more condensed. And then, in the 6 o'clock candle, we've taken out the previous 4 hour high. And now we're trading back down towards yesterday's opening price. ES looks a lot stronger relatively. If we look at the ES chart, it's trading where NQ should be at 100 points higher from here, 150 points higher from here. So right now NQ is weak, ES is bullish. If They break higher, I'll fade NQ. If they break lower, I'll short NQ. That's it for me.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I was hoping they would come back for me at 816s, but they've pushed it a whole 100 points without me. Chat, how's everyone else?
They want to see your hat collection, Kane.
It lives downstairs, so no, you can't see that. It lives in my my cloakroom.
G-Man got me this hat for Father's Day, so I'm wearing the dad hat this week.
I mean, this week? You should be wearing it forever.
Well, I gotta switch it up between that, the Unk hat, and then obviously the Orderflow Labs, hat that
the lab hat I'm
worn.
gonna ship you. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love
that comes with
a
nice day date. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll ship you my day date. Yeah, you can have it.
Okay.
I'll do
Right
that.
on.
Yeah. If you want to pay the customs import, it's 10%. So it's like, I mean, it's pretty cheap actually. You would still pay it, right? Actually, so yeah, you would still pay it. I'm going to put it down as like a $50 million watch, imported brand new. You have to pay $5 million in tax.
That ain't fun.
Yeah. The insurance on that also wouldn't be fun.
I want a cloakroom. The chat wants a cloakroom.
Oh, I do have a cloakroom. Yeah. I apologize, chat. I do. Yeah. There's only one cloakroom in the entire US. It's just a room. As soon as you walk in my house, room to the left that has all my coats, shoes in like boxes, so I can just go in and get it. And yeah, and the hats just all sit on like a shelf, but the shelf has like hooks on them. So yeah, capital gains tax in the UK it varies, but I think the top range of capital gains tax is 40%. You give me a bit more
less than
talkative
half
than
your
usual.
money.
Yeah, they won't take all. They won't take half. They take a little bit less. Yeah, it's like a closet for cloaks. Like yeah, it's a British thing, right? We used to wear cloaks over our jackets, so I don't know. We call
Oh,
that a
wait, this is
mudroom.
like a real thing? I thought you were just like...
Oh no, yeah, like it's actually called that, like the cloakroom. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like no, like at least my friends. Maybe I'm showing where I'm from in an area where we don't call it the hat, shoes, and jacket room.
The hat, shoes, and jacket room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're taking cash earned in an ISA and stocks now, Kane. Hey, I let my accountant tell me the bad news. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to read it in chat as well. Jeez.
All right, let's switch this. Change of subject, please.
I went from being really chatty to now thinking about my tax bill in January, which should have already been paid for, but in the eyes of the government. Anyway,
noticed Kane's recent depression, here it is.
I've just got out of it, yeah. Yeah. Just similar treatment to 1256. What's 1256? Like short terms, long terms? Is that?
They're probably referring to the futures, how futures are taxed.
Yeah, no, we don't get that. We don't get that. Actually, the most simple way to say this in the UK is if you depend on a source of money as an income, it is wholly treated as income tax, irrespective of what you do. So if you gamble professionally, if I go to the casino and win $1 million on a slot machine, I don't get taxed on that, right? Like there's no tax. If I go to there's no tax on that. So the gambling in the UK is tax exempt. But if I go to the casino every day and play poker and make $1,000 a day, and I don't declare an income at the end of the year, the government will say, well, you play poker for a living, it's 40% on that earning, irrespective of it being gambling or not.
Ooh.
I mean, a good accountant will help you with that, but yeah, do accounting things, but you're still gonna have to declare some of it as yeah. You only think you're being saved by ES and RTY right now. Everything's going to die. Wouldn't this be quite ironic, right? First $1 trillion IPO. Everyone in the market buys that thinking that it's going to be the next biggest company, which I would agree with. In 10, time horizon, 10, 15 years, you're probably not going to lose money. But maybe for the next 2 years, you do lose money on it.
I mean, just like the sheer number of people around the Gen Z culture that I have, ties to in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
They're all wanting to buy SpaceX on the day of its IPO.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't think in terms of like premium or absolute value or anything like that. They're just like, I want to own SpaceX.
Look, there's also power to that, right? There is power to like the masses and just everyone wanting to buy it, like when we look at GameStop and stuff. But when we actually look at a $1 trillion company that IPOs, makes Elon Musk's his $1 trillion net worth fluctuate 20-30% in a day, it might be a bit too much money, especially for a company that actually isn't generating a profit in any way, shape, or form and completely dependent on government grants to function.
Yeah.
Bullish SpaceX, maybe not $135 or whatever it was yesterday.
Bullish SpaceX long term, short term, probably not worth the current price.
Yeah, 156. Give me $100, maybe $80 IPO price,
Chad said they're not grants, they're contracts, Kane.
True. That is there is a massive difference, but they are the same thing.
Why don't you get it right the first time?
Because I like to rage bait chat sometimes. I'm in a rage baity, kind of mood.
Kane's in a mood.
No, I'm in a good mood though. I'm in a good mood today. It's the weather,
One thing we are testing, if you want to look at my screen real quick,
I saw this earlier, is
the leg-to-leg volume profile that we'll be releasing for free. Now has an optional heat map element to the volume profile part of it. So you can see on the session profile over here, the darker the gray, the lower the volume, and then as it gets higher volume areas density wise, the brighter the colors get. Or color or shade, I guess would be a better way to say it. So this is actually something that is a feature that's in another platform that I actually do really enjoy, being able to like so quickly visualize and see these high volume, low volume areas. And our friend, who shall not be named, developer friend, was spent some time, I think over Father's Day, because he was like, "Happy Father's Day, brother, look what I made." And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Just forever cooking, isn't he?
He's literally just cooking. He's like, oh, I got this, I'm gonna make this thing that you guys all want, but you don't know it yet.
He's like the Tim Cook Apple, he gives us what we want before we know we want it.
Yeah, exactly.
Give that man a raise.
What about adding zones? The thing is, when you start adding zones from programmatically, that can really slow down the application itself. So I would just prefer, if you draw zones like that, just to do it manually. Can you get free MGI? You have free weekly MGI. I don't know about the others.
No, you have to pay me $5 for the others.
What's up, Hitman Actual? Are you actually a Hitman?
What's up, Hitman?
When will it be available? We're going to put it out in July. I committed to that yesterday with him.
July.
$5 is fair.
I agree. So, send me it. Venmo me it right now at Trader Kane. By the way, that's not my real Venmo. Don't do that. I don't have Venmo. Don't do that. That was really bad. Do not do that. I don't have
Trader
Venmo.
Kane, $5.
Yeah, don't do that. Someone out there is going to go and register a Venmo with at Trader Kane just to get those $5. Don't. I would never ask you to send me money. Just to be clear, everything I say regarding money on this stream is satire.
It's just for fun.
Yeah.
Why don't I use Delta Map? I do use Delta Map. I just don't use it on stream because I don't use any of the normal Most of the tools that I use from an execution standpoint, I just don't want to put it on the screen because I don't want to be asked about it 24/7. And that's not like a rude statement. I just prefer to keep this stream focused on like trading the chart, going through executions and talking about, trade setups in the markets and not about order flow labs. My friends are probably going to slap me for saying that, but I just don't want it to be me talking about order flow labs all the time.
It's so funny, right? So Chill Guys in chat is saying, "What about reminders for MOT?" So there's a joke, there's a funny little joke there. So actually, I was explaining to people at the NinjaTrader event how weird some people are online about like me and like like my the guy that delivers my parcels from Every in the UK. It's just like a it's like a DPD but on a much lower scale. He knows me, like he knows me from online. He like I've driven past him a few times, and he said like um "Oh, Kane, you're right. How you doing? I tried to get into one of your groups. So I'm like, it's a scam. It's this, it's that." But like, I was talking around all these things, and Chill Guy was like explaining to him like, I actually uploaded a photo of my car once with my number plate on it, and in 30 seconds, someone responded to me, "Kane, your MOT is due tomorrow." And for those that don't know, and they're not British. MOT is like you have to take your car in to get it stamped to say it's roadworthy, right? And you have to get it done every year for cars over 3 years old. But like this guy in 30 seconds flat was like, "Your MOT is due tomorrow." And I was like, "Yeah,
How would he
whatever."
know?
Oh, you can check online. So, and I'm like, "Okay, yeah." And legitimately, it was due the next day. Like, and I just forgot about it. So this
That
random
is some
guy,
next level talking.
yeah, it's the next level. But like also on the same thing that you can check, like, where you check the registration for the MOT and stuff, you can check when like wing mirrors were replaced, windshields, and all this stuff. And I've gone through like 4 windshields now on my screen on my G wagon, and I get messages now: new windshield, new this, new that. Like it's creepy. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. We had a really fun time at the NinjaTrader event.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, it was good. So we got, well, how did it start? So Delhi obviously covered off his entire, the run of events. Him and John, no, him and the CME actually. Him and the CME spoke for a while around the potential of a nano contract, why they charge for data, their plans for retail traders, prediction markets, or event-based contracts, as I think they're going to call it. Um, and just everything, right? They were just there. The floor was open, and they were able to talk everything. And then me and Bradigan traded, and yeah, it was horrific for me because I tried to take a low 3 times, and they got me every time. And on the fourth, I was like, nah,
Yeah.
they can fucking have it. And then guess what? They rip it to
Yeah.
the upside. So it was a little bit annoying. But I kind of gave up with it. Socialized for a bit, maybe about an hour, and then I ran to dinner because I was in London. A lot of my actual friends had come to the event, like my industry friends. So I shot for dinner with them, and then I headed home. It was a long week, to be honest. Last week, going in and out of London a few times. So,
Yeah, I bet.
but it was nice. It was nice, And then we got
What's
the
crazy is I've watched every single one of his footprint courses, not courses because it's like free on YouTube, but he does. If you're a footprint guy or you want to like learn more about the footprint, I would recommend just watching Brennigan's YouTube videos on the footprint. He does an excellent job of talking through nuances of the footprint.
Yeah, and he was explaining like why last week was probably not the most optimal to trade because of OPEX and the Friday bank holiday, and Thursday was actually the OPEX and stuff like that. So, he was really showing a much more fundamental approach to the market and the
Yeah,
way that he trades and everything that he really looks at.
yeah.
But yeah, team, I don't know if you want to put Brannigan's socials. I know that Delhi kind of said like alluded to the fact that he might be on here a bit more or even sometimes. So yeah. But yeah, Brannigan, really good guy.
Yeah, I like him. Are we talking about single stock futures?
Yeah, they're talking about single stock futures and event-based contracts.
Nice.
But yeah, they also alluded to maybe a nano. They didn't give a firm answer.
I wonder how the commission structure would work on nanos.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? Or what is the commission structure on micros right now?
I mean, it's not that bad, but compared to the minis, the economics, they do get a little crazy. I just can't imagine nanos being economically feasible for many traders. But call me a skeptic.
Yeah. What was whose name? Brannigan's?
Gold is dead. Rest in peace, Gold. Let's see. Oh, damn. Gold did die.
His Twitter handle is @TraderBran, and it's Brannigan Barrett. That's his Twitter handle. Did Gold die?
He's not associated with Axia anymore, I don't think. Is he?
No, he's not, no. At least that wasn't part of the conversation we had. He didn't mention anything about that. GC down 3%, gold down, oh, yeah, silver down 5.5. Silver back at $58.
Look at CL, man. Wow.
You could have bought silver at the beginning of the year, and you would be underwater now. That's fucking crazy, by the way. It went up 60%. You bought silver at the beginning of the year, you went up from being up 70% to down 20. Oh, that would be the open. Thank you for the bell.
The bell.
Good luck, chat.
I think these lows from yesterday are probably just ready for a muckery.
For the taking. I would like that previous day low. It's the only place I get bullish short term. Like a little bounce, previous day low into like an hourly high, and then kill it. It's quite the open right now. It's quite the move. 50 points to the downside. I might try one off the low of the OR into the previous day low. Just a cheeky one. Especially if ES takes out that 15-minute high. Give it to me.
Kind of like the idea of selling some of these pops.
Yeah. I agree with you. I'd kind of want to see ES take out something because NQ is not in the mood to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice previous day high, 577, not 92.
Take a stab at this here. Short.
ES is now weaker. What's going on? They're messing with us today, chat.
They got that. I think it would actually just re-enter here.
I actually like this more.
Hold on. Hold. Start small here. I'll add to this if we can hold. Nope. Okay. I'll give it some time.
Jesus.
They really ran it.
They went.
Okay. Now it really gets exciting for me here.
Why is that?
It's just emotional, I think.
At this point, I could see them running out of the fucking overnight high.
Yeah.
It's in from 1 a.m. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Okay. I'll be hands off till we finish this 5 minute opening range. Big 5 minute opening range. I think there's going to be, this day could be pretty fun, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree actually. Oh, Alex, that
Top of
sucks, bro.
this V range level is obviously resistance. If you just look at, if you're a support and resistance guy, we take these out. I would get more or less focused on that short again. I'm going to try this again here at 06.
I don't hate that.
I still don't really love it, but nope. Do we have news at 10?
Don't think so. I actually didn't look. So that's probably a bad thing. Let me look. No, nothing today.
Just want to stay short focused. That might be a bad read.
I like being short here because if they can really get through the meat of this, then I'm probably doing nothing all day.
Give it a one more test here. Get below these 80s here. I think we'll be in.
They really just tagged me and went, fuckers. I was not paying attention. I could have got back in.
All right, we're going to trim a little bit here at the mid.
The very thin 5-minute candle. I wouldn't know. It tickled your short, yeah. It stopped me out to the tick more or less and then went.
Okay. Sellers are
A joke.
They are a joke.
Thing is, I would have not closed this, so I'd still be in this trade. So I'd have probably just
Yes,
stopped
it's
break even
just
here.
wanting to buy ES up. I mean, that's what the problem is. ES buyers.
It's never the NQ sellers, it's always the ES buyers.
Literally. Maybe they'll fill this high here. Come on, boys and girls. The mid.
Fuckers, man. It's happened too much recently.
All right. Trimmed a little bit. Pull my stop in to I'm gonna keep it here, but I'll take the position off if we start to retrace back up into these 800s. Just because of all this activity now, I really think that if buyers are able to push it back up into the 800s, the play would be for new highs. I really want to see this push all the way through the opening range into that overnight low, and then just keep pushing lower into prior day low. So, really looking for this to just slaughter the bulls now at this point.
I agree, yeah. Sad. We're gonna have to watch this go.
I'll Venmo you some of my profits, Kane.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. 6 on, 180 points. It's a pretty fucking nice trade.
All right. Gonna trim here at the OR low just as a matter of habit. It is naturally a target for me, along with prior day close. It's right here. So just I hate to see, look to your left. You have the low here, low here, low here. So buyers are defending. I'd hate to see them defend a 180 point trade on a couple of contracts that come right back in my face. I don't want to get round tripped.
Yep. Good trade, man.
Would I trade the OR mid? I think I would. there's the low volume area is around that mid two. It's just very broad. So it just depends on what happens there. I do want to see a bigger break of this opening range. So if we rally up to the mid right now, I'd be less inclined to take it. And the other tricky thing, like Kane said, is if we do breach that prior day low and then start to rally from there, that would also be a pretty tricky trade. Because Kane, like Kane said, if we sweep that yesterday's low, he's going to get a little bullish, and for good reason.
Sell that shit.
They need to. ES needs to get in tune with NQ here. They're still trying to buy it up. The DOM, I mean, the order book is super thin.
They're not going to do this from here, are they?
Wait, what?
So they're not going to just buy it up from here.
I mean, I would be devastated.
That would be devastating, but it looks pretty fucking bullish off this low, though.
How do I know the order book is thin? Because I'm watching the DOM, and you can see best bid. So there's the spread, which is the difference between the best bid and best ask, and then there's how many orders are on the book on any given bid or offer. There's a lot less orders on the bid and ask than there normally are, so that would be a thin tape or a thin book. Just depends on who, what language, who you're talking to. So right now you're seeing ones and twos, literally pretty much at every price, whereas normally it's 7, 8, 12, 13. And they're really going to test my resolve here in the short, I guess.
Yeah, they really are. I kind of want to get in like 750s.
That's the mid. I mean, pretty close. 37.
Yeah. 56 would actually be good for me.
Nice re-offer there by sellers.
Yeah. Kind of want to join this if I can just bring it back up. Oh, you mother...
Yeah, it is whippy. But, hey, this is what we want. Good price action sometimes is whippy, and you got to be able to adapt to it. The green lines, the OR mid is the first one. So that's just the middle of the 5-minute opening range. And then the V range is just a proprietary calculation based on a few things. Essentially, I treat it as kind of boundaries. If we stay inside of it, more like mean reversion, kind of use them as levels to either trade from or target. And then once they're broken, they become, important to trade with the trend, if you will. Okay, let's go.
That put me break even now, and this one's going to pay me. So,
Did you get in?
yeah, I got in
Yes.
on that reoffer, basically. But as soon as you
Nice.
said it's a nice reoffer, I was like, yeah, if they come back, I'm cool with that.
There.
Okay, so we're being down 1.5K to up 2
All right.
on 2 there. So that's nice.
I'm taking 2 here, prior day low in that V range. Just using that as target here. Now, if we break this, we're going to have a nice trend. I mentioned these lows being suspicious. And if we break it, looking for 9,400. Doesn't mean that's going to happen today, especially with, that sweep of that yesterday low. So it could just be a sweep. But if we break and start building volume, then, I'm looking to target those 9,400s. What time frame is the chart? It's just a 2,000 volume. It's a volume-based chart.
They removed they removed JMU's message. By the way, JMU is our friend. We know him. He was.
What do you say?
Who are these guys? Let's get Stowe and XY on here.
Oh, that was rude. No partial. I did. I took 2 off on
Look at
Friday.
that. We fucking took that previous day low and rallied on NQ.
Any update on when the profile will be ready? It'll be out in July. For today. Nice job.
JMU, are you coming to London, or are you just never going to show your face?
You guys don't FaceTime every day like we do?
That's a me and you privilege.
I did drop it down
Don't
there.
make it out like you FaceTime either. Every call other than this, you're like, I don't put my camera on. So don't make it out like you do that.
That's funny. And back into the range.
Back into the range, yeah.
And do we add here at the OR mid?
No.
It's a spicy ad.
Well, what did you say? If we take that previous day low and rally,
I know it's tricky. Yeah,
it's just a horrible spot.
Very tricky.
And we literally took previous day low out more or less, 15 points below. It's basically like a 2-point move on NQ on ES, and ES is already trading back through its current high or about to.
Very annoying.
I mean, it's a great setup for the Bulls, honestly.
Very annoying.
Still in witness protection. That might be a true story, actually. I should have hit reverse. I know some very good traders, and I still have yet to find one that can hit reverse every time.
I don't know a single one that can.
Yeah. What the? Leo and English Leo? You mean Kane and American Kane? What the fuck? Come on. That's rude. Just kidding. Just kidding, brother.
Fractal's the best.
Just kidding.
Okay. Should we add?
I
bit of a
ES just took out the high.
I
back
know,
to the midpoint. It's if there's an ad, it's here. If you're wrong, you're gonna be wrong on the remainder anyways. You're only wrong on what?
Let's go.
2.
I'll just put 5. I'll just go to 5.
Yeah. It's gonna be the greatest ad ever. I feel it in my toes.
And your toes.
I feel it in my toes, yeah. This is going to be the greatest squiggly line fade of all time. I feel it.
I don't know. It's pretty bullish. Tape's very aggressive.
Oh shit! Hitman did just roast the entire British nation.
Did he really?
It can be English Kane when England wins their next
Oh
World Cup.
man, who did they tie with yesterday?
Ghana.
Pretty surprising outcome. No.
Yes.
Yep, that's gonna happen. I really don't want to hold this trade.
Ghana's a good team. Yeah, maybe. Have the USA won a World Cup? Oh, come on, guys. We can't ride the one World Cup we won, back when football wasn't competitive to our graves. You know? I like that spike. They were playing for a draw. Yeah, it's a win for them. The Ghana team that played yesterday played extremely well.
Did you watch the game?
Yeah. I watched the second half.
It's
First
pretty
half.
late for you.
Oh yeah, it's really late. Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Get through this mid.
Just fail. Just fail for once. Jose Mourinho. Yeah, Chelsea Jose Mourinho would have been proud of that defense. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, what is it? This is a great ad, bro. This is a great ad. Tell me, where are you getting out of it? Let's pre-plan.
I mean, I'm targeting this high volume node right here.
Yeah. What are you gonna go down to?
3 or 2. No, I'll go back down to 2. Oh, come on. Don't you bid out an error. This is not fair. The market is not allowed to bid out of a hole.
The market is basically telling you, I can do what the fuck I want.
I know.
Yeah. They're telling you to take a run and jump. I'm done for the day though. I didn't really enjoy climbing out of 1.5k of drawdown to be up 2k. I don't want to go back to being in drawdown today. Lunch is at Nobu today, boys and girls.
You're gonna send me a Nobu thing?
No Nobu gift card?
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, I can do it.
You send me a Nobu gift card, I'll FaceTime you while I'm there, and it's like we'll have lunch together.
Can you imagine that? Imagine that, like, you could go to like a really nice restaurant, put headphones in, sit at a table, and have like screens of your friends that are also in another restaurant across the world.
That's
Maybe
an experiential idea there.
I would do it for you. I have just been invited to advertise on ChatGPT. Millions of people come to ChatGPT every day to discover options, compare choices, and decide what to do next.
Okay, I am trimming here. I'm going down to 3, and I'm about to go down to 2 right now. So Took some of the ad off, took the original position off, and now we're just saying we're going to manage these as runners. I'm really looking to hold this for new lows. That's the target.
I'll fuck with that. Like new, like as in like century lows.
Zero lows. Okay. Zero.
Drop.
Nick also would like a Nubu gift card.
A Nubu. No Nubu gift cards for Nick. Sorry, I'm just opening a package so I can wear this new hat.
New hat.
New hat incoming.
Oh, speaking of the devil.
Speaking of the Nubu himself and XY.
Good morning.
How are we doing, gentlemen?
I'm just looking up Nubu. Sounds like a new restaurant.
This XY spin-off of Nubu.
Yeah, a little curious what this Nubu is.
It started by the guy who started Nobu's cousin, so you know it's good. Like that's someone tried to sell a sushi place in Dallas. Like it's the guy that started Sugarfish in LA's cousin's like husband or something. And I was like, that is like saying like a lot of things. It's like saying your I don't know, your friend is serves hot dogs at a country club and you know he's giving you golf tips. I don't
Shook
know.
hands with Tiger Woods once.
Yeah, like that doesn't do it for me. That's not really selling me on the restaurant.
You seeing this fucking price action right now? I mean, the spread is like 20
I was
points.
I was long from the lows and I covered 3 up at the overnight VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
And now break even on the other 2. But nice trade. So I'm not going to do anything outside of this. I think today
You're the bastard that killed my short runner.
That was about as simple as a trade as it goes. Let's sweep the MGI, tag the V range, and just reverse.
Come on.
But it looks like Leo's going to make all the monies now.
This is a great ad. Keep saying it.
I guess we'll just watch Leo make all the money.
You guys can join the fun.
I shorted
sell it.
The first leg down, and that rip was too scary. I'm not getting back in.
Yeah, it was. I added into that, and I was like,
that's big balls. Big balls, big money.
I heard you fired the Prime
TVs.
Minister. I single-handedly got Keir Starmer fired from my tweet the other day.
You got crucified for your tweet? What tweet?
No, I got Keir Starmer fired.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said I got crucified for my tweet. I was like, what did you tweet, sir?
Everyone buy? I don't know. Yeah, I actually got in short ES first. I was planning to short ES instead of NQ. And then NQ swept the high like 3 times with no volume. So I was like, all right, I gotta get some NQ too. So I was literally short ES and NQ at the highs. And the whole thing just collapsed. And then I went down to runners, new low was made NQ. And then I just trailed out the last one when they decided to buy everything available.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with ES. I got down to one runner when they barely made a new low. I was honestly thinking this whole thing would just break down even further.
That was my game plan.
Right. And they didn't, and they ripped it so hard. I was like, I think I'm done. I'm just going to take this money. And the profile now is like super D-shaped. Like The high isn't really, there's no excess at the high, none at the low for ES. And ES was my reference today. So I'm out of ideas. I'm just glad that the market gave us a new low before they did this, or I might be stuck in a trade still.
Nick, what footprint are you using? I'm not using a footprint. I think I explicitly said that in the free course, and I literally said I'm not a big footprint guy, but it's valuable. So you should probably learn it. I just think it's distraction for me. But don't use it myself every day.
I think
I have
footprint
one.
is
I just really
great.
don't look at it.
Footprint's great for newer order flow traders because it can give you the real context, and it's not constantly refreshing itself like a DOM would be. So footprint's good to learn from, but a lot of people like Nick, they'll start with footprint and then they'll just toss it once they've seen what they've seen. Gold? What's going on with gold? I saw it was dying in the morning. Oh, okay.
Crude also getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
Into whatever rollover.
Wait, crude's going down too?
Yeah, crude's back under 70 on the can't remember if it's what contract we're on.
Like
it's August or something.
Its entire open. Wow.
Riley, you're all good. No. I don't use a footprint, but you can always ask questions.
Could I elaborate with an example? Yeah, if you can replay the volume profile. Right now, it does not look like how it does in the morning at all, but in the morning above like the 810s, we're building a node, and I'm looking for a short because I want to fill in that volume that's just really empty between the low and that current high node. I was just waiting to see if the market is done bidding the thing, which means we are going to be trading below the node. But the thing is, before that happened, they kept sweeping that high. You see the wicks on my chart here. They kept doing this, and every time they would trade it, it's super low volume. They would trade it for like a third of a second. Very, very little time spent. They kept doing it. And so as soon as I'm just like, okay, I'm going to try to play some orders there, and I'll just stop out at a new high because they've already swept it, and the information never changed. So they swept the high, still just putting in no volume. I got filled some. I had to chase some a little lower under the 810s, and then the whole thing collapsed. You start scaling out down to new low, down to 1, and then trail it. Another low, overnight low, and then that rip just trails me out. I think I gave back like 90 points on that runner so I was trailing it around 90, and then it just poof. ES was a lot cleaner for me. ES was already showing some weakness. You can see the wicks on this chart. At the time, I'm looking at ES's low, and it looks really heavy. I'm thinking, all right, NQ is at its swing up here, right? If NQ is going to start going down from here, it could take ES2 and we'll get a new low. ES's new low, look, what? I don't know, 2 ticks maybe? 3 ticks? Who knows? I finally got that low, and then went down to 1. So at the end of it, I was in 1 NQ, 1 ES runner. And then they get instantly taken out, trailed. And then the market makes a new high on ES. And at that point, I'm like, I'm not touching this market anymore. So that's my day, literally. Not much else to it. If you guys replay the volume profiling, you'll see there was room to fill more on the downside. And luckily enough, they did that.
Yeah, I definitely think I am done for the day. We're in an outsized green day for me, P&L wise, so I don't really have much else to do
Let's
after
get it.
even if this goes break even, I'll take a 5-figure day off one trade, first trade of the day, and call it.
Yeah,
Sounds like a
I
good
only
morning.
had
That's what
had
but I
three
can just go to
Lati
a
at
beach or
NQ.
something after. Like that's what I do is just say like you just do this, it's one trade, and then you just go sit on the beach after.
What beach in
That's what
Dallas,
TikTok
Texas is
told
there?
me.
Bro, why are you laughing?
It's
You're just gonna
the
sit on
beach is
floor all
next to
day.
the Nubu.
Come on, be honest.
Yes, the beach is next to the Nubu, which is started by the guy, the brother-in-law of Nobu's cousin. Nubu. It's what would the old reference would be? It's Nobu from Wish or Temu Nobu.
Sean says, the great shores of Texas.
Yes. Gonna put the top down, roll out to the boardwalk by the beach.
Damn. I'm moving to Texas if they've got a beach.
The closest thing we have to a beach might be
Galveston.
floating down the river of Lake Travis.
Or
I'm there.
Galveston.
I ain't going to Galveston. I would live on Lake Austin or Lake Travis before I would ever.
What's wrong with Galveston, Nick?
I'm not a Galveston guy. Been there. I'm not a Houston guy either. No offense to anybody. Just not my vibe.
Why not?
Austin's
Why
not
no
really my
offense?
vibe either, but that's because too many people live there now.
I've never heard anything good about Galveston. Every time
I'm
Galveston
just
is
not.
brought up, it is in jest.
South Padre Island. Oh, you guys. I just like I said, I'd live on Lake Travis. That's about it. Or as someone once called what is it now? I'm totally blanking. What is it? Okay, now I gotta look because it's gonna drive me insane. There's a lake east of me. Yes. Someone once told me Heath was going to become the Newport Beach of Dallas, Texas. And I, with a straight face, being an Orange County kid, said, "You are absolutely wrong." And that is not even any sort of comparison you could make.
Wait, what was going to be the OC?
Heath, Rolette. There's a lake east of Dallas that someone was trying to say it's basically going to be the Newport Beach of Texas as Dallas as people move there.
I found out the other day that you guys have an Eiffel Tower in Texas.
We do. It's in Paris, Texas.
It's crazy, actually.
We also have one in Vegas.
Yeah, that's not.
That
not
is
the
true.
same.
We do have one.
No, saying it's the same, bro.
Yeah.
This is 1-to-1 identical. It is the exact same. I've been there.
Yeah.
I've officially been to the Eiffel Tower, and it's in Vegas.
Yeah.
We've also got pyramids in Vegas.
Pyramid schemes. Yeah.
Both.
I've stayed at the pyramid.
You stayed at what is it called? The Luxor?
Yeah. I have.
So funny.
Going
Vegas
from
has-
South Cali to Texas beaches is a culture shock.
It 100% would. The beautiful anything in Southern California from what would you say, XY? Basically from Malibu down to
I would say Newport is where it starts getting nice. Malibu is nicer than Malibu is nice though. Malibu all the way up. Yeah.
Well, Malibu's gonna be closer to parts of like Laguna in terms of it's more cliffside. And
It's
then
way
you kind
nicer
of
out
have,
there.
Then you have like Marina Del Rey and like Manhattan Beach that'll be like more Huntington, Newport Beach vibes.
I think
Everyone says
Huntington-
the drive up the coast to like Oregon is everyone keeps telling me I just need to drive up the coast.
It's pretty amazing. It is. And like even just going back inland a little bit in California to like the Central Valley, it's like you get so many different like ecosystems. It's actually pretty cool.
Could we please break these fucking lows? No, we can't. Okay. Just asking.
It's you and Nick in a standoff right now.
Literally.
Same spot.
There's Stonehenge in Odessa, Texas. Oh, I can't believe I missed that when I moved here.
Stonehenge.
I can't believe
Stonehenge, and there's a Stonehenge in Texas. The U.S. has got it all, baby. And if you can't find it anywhere, it's in Vegas. Trust me, there's some sort of replica there.
I love how I'm still in this trade and like the market just now can't make a decision if it wants to rotate back
And
up
Leo
or
hates that you're still
stop
in
me
the
at break
trade.
even.
You love it, and
All
Leo
right, Nick,
hates.
one of us is going to lose.
Correct.
If I'm executing on micros, the micro DOM seems way faster than NQ DOM. Is that true? I don't know.
No.
I actually don't look at a micro DOM, so I have no idea if that's true, but NQ is pretty fast. It's a really thin book today. I mean, I have 2 tick compression and I'm seeing ones, which
Yeah.
is insane. So
The spread is like
yeah,
20 million points right now.
Big
even 2 tick
microdom
compression.
guy.
Big micro. You big into micros, huh?
Big micro guy.
Name all the micros.
Why is Nick not a real estate manager or a realtor? Selling the OC with Nick. Selling Galveston with Nick.
Yes. What's funny is like you guys think like all these AI videos of me and XY and like Leo fighting predators and things is like, you know, just for fun. No, I'm actually just actively trying to get a Netflix deal because they'll pretty much greenlight anything these days and call it a loss.
Nick
on
is
their
literally
books.
side questing.
So yeah, I'm trying to just see if I can get a Netflix deal. And then my pitch to them is I don't even know what we're going to make yet, but it's going to be done with like 90% AI and people are going to don't know what they're watching, but they're going to like it.
Dependent on Fable 5 being released. Otherwise,
Yes.
All right.
No.
I'm taking
No deal.
taking profit here. One contract. I'm gonna leave one on.
Kane, there's nothing like architecting a bot with Fable and then trying to troubleshoot with
the
Opus
problem
again
yeah,
of
it's
what
crazy,
is
actually.
broken.
I've given up using anything right now. Once you get like a taste for the good stuff, it's like you don't want to go back to the bad stuff, right?
I know.
It's like going from Nobu to the bad sister.
Yep.
No.
Nubu.
It's like going from Laguna Beach to Galveston.
Nick needs another job. He's way too free.
You guys, but this is what happens sometimes. Sometimes you get a very large trade in your first trade of the day, and then I'm not going to take another one. So what am I going to do the rest of the day? My wife is full like stay-at-home mom vibe now, and I'm not included in those outings that she goes out with other moms and the kids and does things. So it's like, how am I supposed to occupy myself? I've already worked out at 5 a.m. What do you want from me outside to make content and AI, go on an AI side quest?
Nick is just ultra bored.
But that's how you guys get those videos.
Yeah.
Because Nick is ultra bored. Oh, here it is.
Can Nick be
Can it
ultra
be?
stopped out in a minute?
Can it be?
It's probably
No
going to
offense,
happen.
Nick.
But everyone just is doubting me doing a 1776 reenactment with Kane included on the British side and releasing it for 4th of July pre-roll. I mean, why wouldn't I do that?
Come on,
Reload
baby.
bid.
Come on.
You have my permission as long as you get stopped out on this trade.
Reload bid. I did see your question and I did answer it. I don't look at an NQ ladder. So I don't know if it's faster than an NQ ladder. I don't know why it would be because the price is really similar, but you might be mistaking today because
doesn't
it's
it
a
jump
thin.
a bit more? Because it's
Does
like I would guess it would. Like you probably get like a 1 point move on NQ. It's probably like a 2 point fluctuation on MNQ.
And stopped.
Possible. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't know because I don't look, but the tape
Yeah, I
is
don't look either.
extremely thin today, so that could be a factor. Like I have 2-tick compression on my DOM and I still see ones. I still see a spread with compression. So
Leo, are you going to cover this low?
I don't
Never.
know. I'll let you know when we get there.
Oh, why you always got to tease me with it? Just tell me.
because
No,
if
I'm
they
not gonna-
crack the slow, I
they
mean,
crack
this
the
can
low,
trade
man.
to
Like
the
we can fucking
920s.
hammer it. Like
All right, so if they don't crack the low, then what? You give up 40 points on a retrace?
yeah, I mean, whatever. Fine.
Leo's got that kind of dough. 40 points is whatever. When they got me out 90 points higher earlier, I was hurting.
I mean, I felt it too. I was in that short from the high as well.
Yeah, if they crack this, I mean, this is a decent chance you can trade 28 900s, no?
I was thinking 400s.
Damn.
Damn.
All the way down through the whole range, huh?
He went from "I'll let you know when we get there" to "I'm thinking 400s."
I've been saying 400
big
since we
fucking
got on the
difference.
stream this morning.
That's like entering old range and just knifing through it. That's pretty aggressive.
I mean, why
I
not?
would think they're gonna get a crazy bounce in the 920s to 940s. But hey, look, if you get another 500 points.
No, I said 400, 400. It's only 200 points lower.
Oh, 29 400.
29, 400. Yeah.
Yeah, if they trade 29 400, we could probably see 28 900.
28, 900. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can see that.
Because there's not too much volume until we get there.
Well, there's that low volume node at 29, 330s.
Yeah, there's 29.3, and then the next node isn't that large, but the next large node is
29, 230s
940s.
all the way to 28, 600 something.
Sheesh. It's been good. It's been a good day. Cannot complain. I will take the dub and get on my flight later.
New
Here's
hat,
my-
yeah. New hat, new merch arrived, actually.
Let's see
Yeah,
the
that's what I
hat.
was getting it. It's this one. It just
My-
says the lab on the side, it has PFC on the side, and it has another one on the side, but I'm not going to show that.
In cursive.
I like it.
And
Fancy.
there's a few others. Do you want to see the others?
Yeah.
Where's Nick's dad
go
hat?
with blonde?
It's
There's
actually
like
downstairs. I did wear a dad hat yesterday.
You
we have
wore
this
that
one
hat yesterday?
in a
Well,
different
I have a
colorway.
girl dad hat that my wife got me.
Oh, okay. Sick. I like it.
Fancy. I like
These
that
are
color.
nice.
That
Yeah, this one's-
off-white.
color.
And then this
beige.
one's actually probably the nicest one. It has some embroidery on the
lab.
front,
No, I like the other one more.
on the side.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
that's like a
cracking
soft
lows.
front
Let's
trucker.
go.
I
Come on!
I don't love those myself. They don't fit my head that well.
Yeah, they're cooler though in the heat. Some people fucking
Yeah.
love these hats. So, but yeah. And there's a
That-
bunch of actual merch, but I'm not getting that out because all of it's actually winter stuff.
Is it going now? Is it finally gonna go?
Bye-bye.
Man, they were supposed to do this earlier.
I know, man. Trust me.
Dude.
Trust me.
It's funny because I tried to get 3 lots in Q. I only had 2 because I was looking ES, and I made more money on those 2 lots than my ES trade that had like 6. Reminds me why I should just trade in Q.
Thinking about an ad here for the momentum. Missed it. Maybe we got a second chance. It's crazy thin. What is with this? That's so annoying. What are we doing?
Doing it again.
That was like instant, an instant 100-point rally.
Wow.
Are we serious?
I guess this is what happens when
What?
majority volume is in the middle of the session. Look at ES's profile. It's literally like as mean reverty as it can be.
Yeah.
And it leaves an 83 by 45 print at the low. Yeah, this is
All right, we're
not
gonna add to this.
a good market for me, for sure.
My third ad here on this entry on this short.
Triple.
Are they really just gonna? Stop me out, run my long, and now we're gonna go new high day.
No, Nick. We're just reloading for new shorts.
They're trying to convince you to just get short instead, Nick.
They might.
God damn.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy. YM just took prior day high? .300 range NQ, but it's the craziest 300-point range I've seen.
It's literally bipolar.
Yeah.
Come on. You know you want to sell it. All right. Tight stop got taken. I still like finding a spot to get short, even with this retard. I almost said the bad word. Even with this insane rally.
Voldemort. Buyers
Voldemort. All right. I'm back in at 85.
You're a wizard, Harry.
This is crazy. So, who's got a 15-minute chart? What the fuck is this, dude?
I forgot to like the stream. Have you guys liked the stream?
I did like the stream.
It's literally the first
Always.
thing I do all the time. I'm just reading through the chat now, and I see earlier Crayon Line says, "All right, break time. This tape is crazy," and they hardly did anything in hindsight now. Untradeable, man. I can't do this. Oh, we just gotta watch Leo make money on shorts.
Yes, they did stop me to go to all-time highs. And Alistair, I unliked when Nick came on, as XY would say. If you love us, if you hate us, you can like the stream. If you don't like me, like the stream. If you do like me, also like the stream.
Hope that helps.
Hope it helps.
Reload bid. Actually, Leo would be the one to ask. So he says, XY, would it be bad to watch an NQ DOM if I'm trading MNQ? Because NQ DOM is just so inflated.
No,
because I think Leo's doing that right now, and Stowe does that too. They execute on hotkey, right?
Yeah.
Market orders, but they're looking at a DOM with the minis. So you could definitely do that. I didn't know the micro ladder would be that different. That's
It's
kind
really
of tough.
Size would be different, right?
That's literally
A lot different.
annoying.
Yeah, so
I
they
got
really
some
did
off.
stop me to go to 31K or something.
Let's not say that, Nick. Okay.
I think they did
It's
because
Voldemort.
it's getting a little fun here.
Right on this. I want to be short still. I mean, even I got stopped on that last clip.
Does Ninja let you execute MNQ on NQ chart? I'm pretty sure Stowe configured his to do that. So you'd have to ask Stowe how to do that.
It's right on the edge of this profile. I'm definitely I'll take a couple of stabs. This might be the last one. Even though that or mid is right up there.
Rally if we leave the range? I'm not convinced. Nothing's really indicating that just yet because all of the volume is within the range. And every time they leave it, there's nothing, including the upside. So until that changes, it just looks like the market wants to stay in this range because all the interest remains in the range. This is a great example here. ES's profile today. Anyone watching ES can see it.
Kane's falling asleep? No, sorry, I was just doing something. The guys
That's
are
what
talking about
everyone who's
DOM,
falling
so I
asleep
can't.
says.
I mean, what the fuck do you want me to tell you
Kane's
about
gonna start
fucking
wearing those
DOM?
glasses with eyeballs on them.
I only found out the other day that the DOM only has 10 ticks either side, and it's not because of the DOM, it's because of the data.
There's more than that.
Yeah, but you need level 3 then, apparently. I don't know, I was looking into it the other day.
Yes, level 3 data.
Level
It
3
is.
gets you into Kalshi order flow.
Isn't it like so it's like market by price is 10 ticks either side, and then market by order is level 3.
Yeah, but if you have level 3, you can see all the dark pool, gray pool.
Okay, you're trolling now.
Orders.
I'll never forget this guy in chat. One day he was arguing with me. Well, really arguing with himself because I wasn't even saying much about it. But he was trying to convince me that dark pools do exist for futures. And that's why order flow can never truly have edge because all the big guys are doing the futures auctioning in the futures dark pool.
He actually said that?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine at that point, it's not worth, discussing it any further if that's what somebody thinks. So I kind of just let him go on about how I'm being an idiot for assuming order flow this, order flow that, when the reality is there's a dark pool where they all interact and we can't tell.
I heard Bloomberg's come with level 10. It's like you live inside of Jamie Dimon's head.
Level 11 gets you into Pelosi's strategies. Pelosi order flow.
I know there's a new one. The other guy. What did he turned his net worth from 20 mil into 280 mil.
What?
Huh?
Yeah. Elon Musk is currently calling him like a rat or something on Twitter.
Yeah,
let me have a look.
probably. That's pretty cool. That's insane to do because you would need so much liquidity.
Silicon Valley Congressman Ro Khanna sat down. That's the guy. Elon Musk is on him like the plague right now. Let me just search this guy's name.
Turning, what is that? 260 million in profits is crazy because you need some size to do so, and to actually use that size and execute with it, you need so much liquidity. Holy crap.
Here you go. His net worth in 2016 to 2017 was 30 million. In the 8 years since he's been in Congress, his net worth has grown by over 200 million.
That's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
That shouldn't be illegal.
What's a light 25 million a year on average, man? Super light.
He bought Nvidia shares via his wife's trust in 2014, right before CHIPS Act helped double the stock.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah. He's so far beating Nancy Pelosi's 38.5% performance by 74%.
These California congressmen really know how to trade.
There's
Yeah,
something in the water over there.
The best.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure he donates his salary. Yeah. Gosh.
And none of us could ever make it onto the California congressman trading desk. The best of the best.
Yeah, the trading offices in Cali are crazy. They're up at 3 a.m. hitting the bid on every market. He's probably just scalping MES contracts.
That's crazy. Wonder if he'll be in Jack Swagger's book.
I mean, he
Early
should
investor,
be.
early investor in Fartcoin.
They have level 420 data, yeah. The Congress guys, they know what they're going to say, you know? But it's not legal. It's not illegal, right? What they do?
If you're in Congress, no, it's not illegal. Crime season is very legal if you're an elected official here.
Kane, you haven't heard of crime season?
No, I don't know what that is, honestly.
You can
'Cause you're
you
not
can
from
do
California,
a plethora of different crime season things if you have been elected by a congregation of people.
Crime season.
Fuck, that should
Now
be
you
illegal.
know
Though.
why they never want to leave? Man, you'd have to drag me out of that if I.
Bro, I'm dying in the chair.
Yeah, literally, you're gonna have to drag my
you're
dead
just
body out of the
untouchable.
chair.
Some of them do look like they're dying in the chair.
They voted on it. Who voted on it? So Congress voted on whether it should be illegal. Or who voted?
I don't know. I
there's
just know
a lot of
nothing's
them
ever
that's
going to
already
happen.
saying like it shouldn't be happening, but it's just theatrics.
It's a very simple fix, but theatrics is what we like.
It's just theatrics, but that's the game.
Okay, I vote XY into
be...
Congress.
Yeah,
just
I
saying.
need to get in there.
I'm raising money to put XY into the California Congress. We just need to, chat. We'll
Just need one guy.
NT live every day. We'll be giving out, non-financial trading advice of what XY is going to be doing with his money.
I'm going to be doing the tape talk in the morning. No more live trading because that would be illegal. But a little bit of tape talk,
Yeah.
Just need one guy in it. I'm loading Panda. It's like it's elected. Is Panda publicly traded?
We'll make it. We will make it publicly traded.
My first act as a congressman is to get it IPO'd.
So if the congressman tells me something and then I go and trade it and they trade it at the same time, what I do is illegal, but what he does is not, right? Or they, not
yes.
he. That's crazy.
You could literally
work.
sit on a committee that oversees whatever, the US banks, all of the big banks or something. And you could be in charge of legislation that is for, let's say, commercial banking. And then you could also be just actively trading, not even like holding ETFs in financials. No, literally trading JP Morgan for whatever reason. And do whatever you want. Healthcare, all that stuff. They all do it. It's interesting. You'd be on the semiconductor committee and trade NVIDIA actively.
I'm loading up puts. Hey, we're putting a ban on chips. NVIDIA drops 70%.
But you
load
know
up calls. It's lifted.
What's a little trading advice between friends,
There's no term limits in Congress, but you know what does have term limits? Is
your life.
Being a trader, since XY and Leo are on their way out. Only a few years
my time.
left.
I could feel it. My time is coming, unless I get into that chair. Yes. I really need to see our photos with the doves in the back. Those Facebook.
Well, I mean, I should have done this already.
And I still got to have the hat and sunglasses on.
Yes. Well, of course you will.
Fuck, we really have gone nowhere all day.
Yeah, nowhere indeed.
Just 300 points in either direction.
Yeah, it's going to poke a new high probably and just go right back in the range.
Yeah.
This is the craziest 300-point range I think I've ever seen, though. I mean, it's just going straight here, straight back, straight here, straight back.
They'd have to carry you out. They'd have to claw me out, like 30 of them.
I'm actually going to handcuff and tie myself to the chair before I pass away. So they've got a lot of work to do.
But yeah, CK really said it best. It really is a sad state of affairs.
What do you trade, guys? I mean, all of us pretty much trade the indices primarily. Yes, and NQ. Throw a
I'm
little
also
gold in there.
Nick, hold on. I'm also been diving into sports trading.
Ah, yes.
Sports trading.
Jesus.
Sports trading. It is not. It's not
gambling. NQ wasn't enough.
Sports trading.
No, it's not gambling. It is predictive markets on sports.
What the fuck is the difference?
Kane,
oh yeah,
there's a
one
market.
It's not.
One
Here's
is
the thing, Kane. There's a market, and you can buy and sell anytime you want. You're not locked into any specific position.
It's a derivative. It's not placing a bet. You are investing in a derivative product that is based on the outcomes of a sporting event. It's different.
Yeah. It's crazy.
We'll see how long it takes our lovely elected officials to
get that clause into that one.
regulate that one.
Yeah.
Someone just slammed 16 million on Lakers championship. First name Roe. The handle is not Roe Kana.
Yeah. He's like he's betting on the Lakers to lose, and suddenly he's invited LeBron to the White House, and he has to miss a game. Well,
LeBron mysterious injury after White House visit.
Yeah. Food poisoning.
Yeah, this looks like just a violent range day so far in NQ.
It's crazy to say though, right? Violent range day.
Yeah.
Usually it's like, it's a range day, it's super choppy, it's slow, it does everything in the worst way. But today it's like up, now all the way down, now all the way up.
Straight the back up.
It's like the only crappy part was when Leo and I were having a duel to the death, apparently, in this section.
Right.
And
they
then
were trying to decide who would die first. Now it's like,
but then
all
we
right.
both ended up dying and nothing really happened and nobody made money.
It's like the meme with the guy with the headset on. Now kill Nick.
Yes.
Now kill Leo.
Oh, the best was making an XY version of that from one of the EDU clips.
Okay, now that Nick's out, make Leo add to his trade and then take Leo out. I'm gonna jump in here.
It's like
the spicy little short here.
Yeah,
but
Nick, turn me into that guy.
I did. There's a thumbnail, and it literally is the whole bit with the guy saying, not realizing and asking the question that you're showing a replay of Tuesday's tape.
Oh, the guy there was one guy was like, how is he starting and stopping the market?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, now tell him it's Tuesday at 9 a.m. So
that's
good.
such a great meme.
Dude, we are so unserious, man.
We're so serious that we're unserious, I guess is the...
I'm long 18 ES from 74. Yeah, wow, you're rich.
You're rich.
Dude, this guy is rich. He's long 18 ES from 74.50.
He was one of those buyers.
I'm blaming on him.
They heard it. They're coming back for him. As soon as he said that, the tape took a dip.
Like, from where?
From where?
You're long 18 from where?
XY said 74th and then didn't say anything. And then he said 74.50 and immediately started dumping.
You can see it on the book map.
Alrighty. Round 2? Question mark? Round 3?
Oh, that's
XY, I struggle trading in a thin book because it whips so much. I miss every entry. Well, I think the most simple way to alleviate that is to not trade the thin book. Or if you really need to trade
smaller.
Go to ES. Just go to ES.
Or just downsize and widen your stop a bit.
That's literally the reason I looked at ES initially today, because I saw this super thin ass tape and it's so whippy. I'm like, all right, well, I can get the same idea off on ES. And NQ just happened to luck me into a great entry opportunity because it just kept testing something like 3-4 times, which it doesn't usually do. But I was looking at ES. Yes, shouldn't have said that. Now you're all right. You're all right. Book map actually has the guy's name on the heat map. Yeah, it says Richie Rich at 7450. Player handle. Can you imagine if Bookmap, you can register an account on Bookmap and it's your like gamer tag, your handle, and it shows you where you and everybody else are?
You can actually do that.
And their stats too. You can see their stats.
Fuck.
I would just wait for Nick to put a stop in and trade off of that.
That's usually the right decision.
It was not at this sure. You're just gonna rotate down 40 points and then just bit of thin nothingness.
All right, Richie Rich. Richie Rich, what's for dinner?
Okay. Okay, Richie Rich.
What's going on, Richie Rich? What we eating tonight?
Just a quick tag of the RTH Open and then stop Leo.
Oh my God, this guy's not going to take profits for another 80 points?
Wait, is he holding for 0?
No, he's long.
Let's hope he's not holding for 0.
Or 75.30.
Rakesh is back?
Oh, wow. Where's Rakesh?
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Man, he retired on oil.
Rakesh
I'm telling you.
Long 23K in NQ and he's gone.
I still think he bought the low on gold, the low on silver, and the low on oil.
Yeah.
Muckins 555. I appreciate that. Yes, there is a little loophole, and you can help me get into office. Steve from Wyoming is long 8 nanos from 50. You know, Leo, do you foresee that ever happening?
What?
Platform where you can register, like it's like a gaming world
be cool.
Where you just see people's handles and where their positions are.
That'd be sick.
All right.
Everybody too much transparency is a bad thing, though.
Everybody write
is
that
it?
Down.
Yeah.
Why? Because then you can just fuck with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. Someone build it. I want to take the trade. I want to take the other side of everyone's trades.
Serial fader. That's gonna be Kane's tag. Serial fader 426.9.
I'm just suddenly I'm absolutely balls deep short as per because everyone else is long. I'm just getting rinsed on a regular.
Man, what an annoying trade this morning. It went from fun to kind of dumb.
That new low on the 4 hour, no entry. The long was juice though, but yeah. New highs.
New highs.
Can't be convinced till they're trading above what? 29,950 maybe? Where does it really taper off? 910s? Everyone's looking for that super breakout rally, but we're still in this distribution, so just 50 more points for Richie Rich. Would I expect NQ to stall? Yeah, around the 900 range, because I mean that's what it's been doing every time. I always say it's foolish to assume it's going to do something different now, but this is a different situation here, right? Not only did they get above this range now, above the open. They actually held a pullback retest. This is definitely different. This is I don't want to say it's going to be like some kind of breakout, but this is what they tend to look like before they happen. Instead of just up, down, they're stair stepping and then they're retesting and holding higher right here, where earlier it would just be, a cut through. Could be a failed break of this range above open and it cuts through, but they held quite a bit of selling here. And that's a supportive bid, something that we haven't really seen through the day. It's just a really sharp bid. Every bid was just all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Not really being tested much on pullbacks, but this one was tested above the range and held above the range quite a significant amount. But the decision isn't made here, right? The decision is made here. So for anyone that's like salivating at the thought of a breakout, we just don't have that. I wouldn't be so convinced of that quite yet, because the most recent information, immediate piece of information, is the volume is still here. Yes, we've left it. We don't know what the market's going to do above it. And if they don't do much, they don't do enough, it's right back through. This is that next decision point. It wasn't really this one for the break. It's going to be once they finally leave the range, and they haven't yet. It's not close. It's not until they trade closer to 910s. And they've gone to 870s. ES looks stronger. It's building up here. So now the next decision point, or the next decision, is, do we hold this build, right, and buy through all the selling that's here and start to build higher, or do they lose this build? And you can even just look at leg to leg. There's a lot of selling in this range right now. So if they get continuation, this is likely going to retest this range again. And if they don't hold this strong, it's going back through. These guys are trapped. If you want continued upside, you want to see a new node start to build above this one. How do you know when to stay off the market and when to engage? Well, you got to know your strategy first. You have to know your edge and your strategy. And if it's not presenting itself, you shouldn't be doing anything. And if it is presenting itself and you are just taking drawdown, that also gives you the same information. It could be that simple. It's our gambling brain that makes it so difficult to live with the decision, to make it and live with it. But it could be that simple. Is your strategy in play? Okay, cool. If it is, then you take the trades. And if they aren't working out, surprise, surprise, your strategy is not in play today. Take the day off. Yeah, glad I can help. Would I expect NQ to stall? Oh yeah, I just answered that. This candle's about to close not only as an outside bar on the 1 hour, it's outside of the entire range. And a whole range outside bar. How's that? Yeah, ES is doing well up here. But ES has been the stronger one for some time now, for like 15, 20 minutes maybe. So it really is up to ES here. No excess at the top for ES, which means they are still heavily transacting this range, and expect continuation. If you look at leg to leg right now, look at the selling and where price is trading. This is good information. So sell side strength, it's not really going to kick in, right? Not going to be easily defined until they're trading below these people. That would be the 78s, because right now we do know that there was selling here. They're not getting what they want. And I don't like fading a market where selling comes in and just gets ran against. I constantly do well in sim, but lose big in live. And that's a pretty common thing. There are very little emotions in sim. Any advice? If you do well in sim, you probably have found some sort of edge. The only advice left is to, find ways to manage your emotions and what you want to do, to just execute the edge and only execute the edge. Easier said than done, but that's the answer. It's going to be different for everyone too. Don't expect to be a robot.
Was thinking about pulling the trigger up there at the heavy range high, but did not do it. Did not do it.
ES is about to lose the node. So this is going to be where we get the answer, likely with ES. If they can't hold this low volume spot under this node, it's probably just going to go all the way back into the range and maybe even through the range again. But if they hold here, I think shorts might be over. You don't have edge, nothing you can do about emotions. Yeah. Well, a lot of people always think it's a psychological thing when it really is an edge thing. I think everyone is quick to assume that they've found real edge and they blame everything on psychology when the reality is they haven't truly found edge yet, because it does get easier to operate when you do finally find edge. You get your proof of concept. You build the confidence in the system, which helps a lot to prevent you from doing things outside of the system. If they go back in the range, this might turn to a boring day. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we're about 90 minutes in the market. If they actually break the range finally, and then they fail to extend out off of it, that is a key choice. It's not a good one. What's the
What a
concrete edge of AMT. I think what I like most about AMT, so auction market theory, I think what drives me to auction market theory is that there's nothing that has to happen. Everything is just an auction. It's buyers and sellers. It is agnostic to any what's the word? Narrative, right? And obviously it's a popular one, so I'm going to use it as an example. The ICT stuff, it's all narrative driven. It's, oh, this has to happen because these guys and the algae, they want this and the that, and it's predetermined to be so, and I don't like that. I don't think markets are predetermined to do this or that. It's just an auction. So it keeps me very, say, price agnostic. Up or down means nothing to me. I just need to see, hey, look, is it going to likely be up or down? Who's stronger? It's not about what I think about the market. The market doesn't care. Auction market theory reinforces that. It's what the market thinks, and the market is made up of buyers and sellers. It's not, this has to happen because it was programmed to this, and the bad guys want you to do that so that they can do this. So that's why that to me is the biggest edge in me using auction market theory. It's just, it is what it is. The market's not trying to lie to me. It's doing what it does. It's my job to see what it does and to make my next choice.
Hey, buddy.
Stowe!
What
There
up?
he is.
Good morning, homies.
What's going on, brother?
Are you
Oh,
listening to
nothing.
music in those
Are
ears?
you
Hell
long
yeah.
the V range?
I was going to say, you're like this.
Yeah,
bouncing.
well, no, I just it just the next episode just came on, so it was like as soon as it came, it was like nah 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 nah. It's all timed out perfectly. So
That's
Love that.
funny.
yeah,
Where are you long from?
I'm done. I bought.
I've never heard that.
I know.
Hey, well,
Hey, dude,
is this like a new Stowe?
I'm in. Yeah, well, it's a Stowe. It's a Stowe and drawdown. This is drawdown Stowe, which
Dang,
is
I hate that Stowe.
go
I
back
hate
to your
that Stowe
basics.
as well.
My least favorite
Stop
Stowe.
Fuck
being a
that
dick.
Stowe.
I hate that guy. Who brought him on here?
Yeah, I bought 42.38 a couple times. And then got out at the top of the range. It seems like, I don't know, there was a buyer, but then there was also a seller. I just kind of leaned on my monthly time frame stuff, which is long down here-ish.
Yeah.
Makes balance okay. And then we got to the monthly VWAP, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's
Man,
gonna
that
keep
sucks.
going. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, also for chat to note, whoever was asking about market breaking out or anything earlier, notice how they did hold that low volume spot. Just wait for the market to make certain choices that make it clear for you. And they held it against some good selling, honestly. And that's the key there, to not only get outside the range, build a node, test the bottom of that, and if it holds, you might have locked out this volume. But until these things happen, you don't really have enough information to speculate that.
Yeah.
But it happened here. And with volume profile earlier, we knew exactly what to look for. Is it going to hold the current build, the current efforts? Are they going to lose it, or do they hold on to it? And then look what happens now.
I tell you what, you're about to lose.
Don't say it.
Kane
Don't say
and
it. Mute him.
Yeah, don't let him leave.
Mute him.
You're about to
King
lose
Leo
us.
Have to leave the building.
We're out.
All right.
It was fun,
See you in
boys.
London, Kane.
You're not coming. I know you're not.
I'll see you there.
When?
I don't know, what, Saturday, is it?
Are you going to be here Saturday?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Okay, then. Well, I'll see
It's
you
gonna
then.
be a surprise.
All
when
right,
he's actually
fine.
Look
there.
on the
If you're
book
here on
map.
Saturday,
Dude,
then I'll
look
be
on
here.
the tape. Look on the book map. I'm
I'll
there.
see-
I'm parked there.
All right. Well, if I see you Saturday, great. If not, you're a liar.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. There you go. Boys, much love. Chat. See you very soon.
Bye,
Later,
buddies.
friends.
You chat.
What's up, buddies?
Yo.
Good morning, chat. Hello. Good morning.
How many monitors do you have? You looking everywhere, bro. I actually only have 3. This is my main screen right here. Up top is just high time frame stuff. And the side where I'm always looking is where Discord and the chat is, so I can talk to you guys. So it's a vertical. This one's a vertical. So for trading, really just 1.5 screens.
Oh man, playlist is hitting right now.
But after waiting for this information, how do you even enter without skewing your risk reward? Well, a trade idea is only good if the runway is big enough, right? If I'm looking here, give you this an example. It could be very simple. This would be my risk, right? Because I don't want to see price trading through this low volume spot back into this range. So if I'm long in the low volume spot where I think they should hold, this is the risk. If my target is just a new high of day right here, it's looking like a 1-to-1, I'm not taking this trade. But if I actually have a thesis, I don't have a high time frame ES chart for you guys, but if the idea extends to, let's just say Richie Rich's target, 75.30. I don't know why he has that target. I don't have an ES chart up. That's high time frame. But if I think it holds here and the market breaks and goes to 75.30, now I'm risking, I don't know, 6 points at the max to get the other 50, right?
Yeah. My guess is that fills the gap. That's why he's got it. Yeah, 75.30 is like the top of that gap.
Yeah, so if that's the trade, I mean, there's plenty of room, and it doesn't have to be this whole range as risk. If I'm looking at the DOM, I'm probably going to be able to find another reason to just risk like something like this, right? 3 points, 2 points, I don't know. That's how I operate. That's how I always find my way into, on trend trades. I'll sell it lower and I'll buy it higher, or I'll long it higher for new highs, because to me it's all right, where is my invalidation point? And it doesn't have to be some crazy pullback to do so. Just mind the risk.
This is what I like about ES down here, is this big rejection of the -1 on the monthly. I mean, they tried. Everything down there is a wick that even was an attempt, and then couldn't push into the weekly one today. So that's why I was leaning long down here, 41, 38. They tried to break me off a couple times, but I did have to take a couple stops. But ES was moving fast as a bunny.
Yeah, Leo and I had a duel to the death down there, and both of us lost.
They chopped above.
It was like a 15-minute sequence of just chop, and nothing happened.
They literally chopped in between their trades, and then eventually killed Nick, and then killed Leo.
This whole sequence right here. So this sequence happened. I was long from the V range tag, wrote it up, got 3 lots off here, had 2 runners, and we were dueling here. And then Nick gets stopped out. Leo gets stopped out.
Rude. Yeah, NQ is gross. ES was a lot less ridiculous. That being said, though, I wasn't trading NQ, but I was trading this extension here. I was like, all right, well, we dug deep down here. I bet we're gonna go tag 540 at one point. So I didn't. This is why I didn't get over my skis looking for breakouts. I am taking my own advice today. It feels good, man. Let me just say,
what's your advice?
Feels good. Well, I had Monday. Also, I missed you on Monday. You're supposed to show up with a cigar and a whiskey.
Yeah, I thought you were going to show up on Monday.
Yeah, I couldn't make it back home in time. I wasn't even home.
Touchy-feely hour with Nick and Stowe.
You can use your phone. Remember, I use my phone.
Oh my God. I'm in the car. You're going to hear all this like road noise.
Plus you missed the director's cut of the apparently 3-minute long pre-roll.
I did not miss that.
Shortened it.
Who's to say I didn't rewatch? Who's to say I didn't pull up the stream after?
The first cut was not great, so you didn't miss much.
I also watched that.
It was sick.
I loved
it.
No, Jeff, I'm flying out today. So after this stream, I actually gotta get ready to get the hell out of here. But hanging out with you guys first.
Nick, of course you got stopped. You have 7-point stops. Yes, and I'm successful with my 20 to 10-point stops. So I don't know what that comment really is supposed to be.
You have a 7. You're running a 7-point stop.
No, I'm not running a 7-point stop. I ran a 12-point stop with a 5 lot. Did not get stopped. Covered 3 for 170 points.
12-point stop with 5 lot mini NQ today.
Yeah.
Woo!
Holy moly!
It's baller shot caller status.
Off that V range, bruh.
I can't. Right yeah, it's true. High conviction level. Slap it. Scalp some off. Be a scalper. I love it.
What the hell was that? Oh yeah, this is an RTH volume profile. This is New York session only.
V range is one of the OFL studies. Yes, it is a volatility.
It's VIX
mixed
based
with
Don't worry, it's
ATR.
magic. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what it is.
Yes.
Everybody wants to know why. Stop thinking about why.
Yeah, it's just think of it as fancy ATR because we're trying to
literally fancy. It's ATR plus premium.
Yes. Premium
why?
plus max flex black.
Premium Pro Max plus.
I wanted to make that joke about prop Twitter yesterday when I saw one of the firms have a like plus max select count, and I was be like, "Are we doing this? Are we now streaming? Like, is that what this is?"
You gotta put trims
every
on it
new
now.
account type, new thesis that some prop owners is
Trims.
having.
Yeah, we got to put trims on it like cars. Like this is the Flex XLE. Oh yeah, you got the X. I got the Flex AMG. How's that?
That's pretty much what it is. It's like you go on a vision quest, you do a little peyote, and you come up with the brand new naming convention that is Max Plus Black Select.
Well, you are giving
Premium.
away way too much alpha right now. Stop telling everyone what all the prop CEOs do.
But yes, that is what the V range is. It is the ATR Max Plus edition.
But why?
Toothpaste
What
marketing
is
plan.
it?
Using the toothpaste marketing plan. Yeah, you guys don't realize it, but Procter and Gamble did it first.
It's just because everything has lore attached to it. Everybody feels like they need to know the why now. It's just like,
Yeah,
it exhausts me.
Everything needs lore.
But what's the lore?
The lore of why we have Goro
What does it
Stowe
all
is
mean,
XY thought it'd be
Basil?
really funny.
These turkeys really gonna hold this 74.80? I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. Very opposite things going on in ES and NQ right now.
I know.
ES has a single print trying to exist. But NQ's getting well back into its value area. Do you guys see that buyer at like 640 for like, I don't know, an entire 20 minutes today? Like could not be beat. That spot was crazy. I imagine you were both stopped out by then.
I just shorted
No.
highs ES and then got a long NQ for the new low.
That's cool.
And that's it. That bid was so scary. I was like, I'm not touching this anymore.
Yeah.
Leo got in again for a short and made a bunch of money off the second short. I considered myself lucky today. I took it on ES, so I was actually trading ES first. But NQ kept sweeping the same high, so I got 2 lots on there. It's funny because I had 6 on ES, but 2 on NQ, and I made more money on NQ.
I think it's funny you were trading ES at all today.
Well, I saw the tape, the book was so thin already. I was like,
yeah.
And I think ES is low. I wasn't a fan at the time. So I was like, I think they're gonna make their way to a new low once they finally stop buying this thing.
Yeah.
And they did buy like 2 ticks or something.
NQ couldn't be touched today from my point of view because it was breaking off like
Dude,
30
it was
point
super
rips.
erratic.
Yeah.
I was like, nope, I'm not touching this. So I started just trading the ES first.
Where are we
Where are we
buying
buying
ES?
ES? I'm not doing anything else today.
I'll buy 74.31. I don't know. NQ's in the middle of its range. ES is at the highest. So that means either NQ is going to bounce in the middle of nowhere and ES is going to keep going, or
Literally
ES is
just
going
at
back
a
to its range.
random spot.
Yeah. So I got nothing to lean. I need something from both of them, and I ain't got nothing.
But I think ES is at risk. This node here.
Same.
Testing it again. Tape on ES is heavy now. Look at all this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you.
Violently range bound continues.
Yeah, violently range bound. Brand new sentence.
Poor Mr. Josh. Josh, I see you make that comment like every day, bud. I hope you're okay.
Josh is just having a good time, you know? He's just trading for the vibes. He's not trading to make any money. He's like, I'm just here firing off with the vibes.
You guys are making money?
Yeah, Josh cracks me up, man. I saw gold like selling off like crazy, but yeah, I didn't really have as good of a reference for gold as I did for the indices. ES particularly because of the open. But honestly, I got lucky with that ES open because they barely made a new low. Clearly, they don't care about putting in a really nice low with some excess, and I still got paid from it. So super lucky. And then seeing that bid, I'm like, ooh, I got away with one for sure. I'm not gonna test it again.
Murder was the case that they gave me sometimes.
Well, today we've got a big winner in the chat. I don't know if he's taking any profits off, but we've got a guy long 18 lots ES at 74.50.
Okay.
And he's seen almost 50 points of that. Richie Rich, if you're still with us.
When did he get into this trade?
How we doing? I'm guessing on the higher, on this break maybe? On that, after they made that slightly lower new low.
I'm sure he just bottom ticked it.
I mean, 74.50 is like, you got to be buying into that candle. Like, I saw that candle and it was not, you had to slap into it. So either bro took 16 points of heat and barely survived and is now
he
partying.
bought it off the new low. So he bought it coming up off the new low.
All right.
But he has not taken any profits. So I really hope you get your 75.30, man.
Hell yeah. To the foe.
Better hope they hold this spot right now. Because if they don't,
it's
gonna be nasty.
Nope. Whatever you want to do, market, you can do without me. All I wanted to do is get to the monthly VWAP. We did that on both. So my goal for today was hold the -1 on the month and the week, get to the monthly VWAP. So this is again, I'm trying to remind myself because I just did an hour-long speech about it on Monday. We are literally in the middle of nowhere, smack dab in the middle on the monthly and weekly balances. So I'm trying to chill and not press for anything unrealistic just because I like when price goes up.
Oh, you're trailing. Okay. Okay.
That's cool.
Okay. I would hate for it to go all the way back and get nothing off 18 lots at about 50 points. 50 points ES is like 5 million on NQ. That's what it feels like to me. Like even getting like 6 points ES, I'm like, whoa, this thing's running.
It's already a 60-point ES range. It feels like, I don't know, my chart's really squished. So this has already done plenty. But yeah, I hope it gets to 30. It'd be cool to fill that gap. Where's NQs? Let me see.
Gold back to the top of the LVN. Top of the LVN.
Like this center.
What are we talking about?
like that, Anna. Oh, Lordy B. That gap's far away. 30K 500.
Mark, I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Top of the LVN. Gold doesn't look strong, I can tell you that much. It still looks like it's building lower. Yeah, maybe it'll hold this main distribution against this, but still, overall, it's just going lower. Failed this bounce here. Lost this, built even lower, 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 came back up to here, but I don't know if this is going to be a go. So it looks weak. Gold looks weak.
NQ looks like hot garb.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's not even trying to get back above that 9. Wow. Okay. What'd you guys do to
Yeah,
NQ?
a lot of people are anticipating like the breakup because they broke.
How much SpaceX is in NQ?
I don't even know
Is it
anymore.
even in NQ?
No,
I don't think it's there
I
yet.
was like, how can that be? They just stepped onto the scene.
But they're gonna put it in the queues.
Intraday?
I did pull up a SpaceX chart, and I saw
Intraday
that
gold's
the
tough.
IPO price is now serving as resistance. So
Yeah, I need to add SpaceX to my watch list. I keep forgetting to do it. I'm gonna do it right now.
I just gotta check. I gotta check it for the meme. I gotta see what the kids are up to. Also, I logged into Reddit for the first time in a while, and I saw.
No.
Yeah, I saw that Wendy's is the new trending ticker on WSB. They're trying to literally save Wendy's, the company, the stock.
Godspeed.
This is a Wendy's restaurant.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yes, Sal. It is. They're on Wendy's. I was like, man, I can't believe I used to look at this every day.
Yeah.
What the hell
Not
is
seeing
wrong
Wall
with
Street
me?
bets in my feed is usually a good thing. When it pops up, usually someone has done something very, very dumb.
Is the Dow party in Yoda? Is that what's going on? I mean, that makes sense.
Oh.
I gotta say, every Wendy's that I have around me is not a good experience to eat at. It is literally like, are you sure you want to do this? The people in there are pissed off. Everybody feels like, why are you here? Do you really need this? Yeah, it's not good.
You're
gonna have a bad time.
I am a Wendy's fan.
You must have some better Wendy's out there.
They're too far from me. The closest one is like a friggin' 20-minute.
We know.
Drive,
and
man.
if even when you try to get it DoorDash, you have to let them into your gated community and pass the guard dogs.
XY's got
gates.
is too bougie.
I don't like door dashing fast food because by the time it gets to you, the fries are all soggy. And it defeats the whole purpose.
True.
But then,
I agree.
But then what are you door dashing?
It's got to be like, restaurants.
No
like
boo.
that.
Yeah, he's door dashing no boo.
New boo.
They've got they put it on the sushi on dry ice, so it's perfect when he gets there.
The NQ is spooking my ES long. I'd normally guessed way further up, but that NQ seems to be struggle busing. Yeah, it's just balancing. I wouldn't call it struggle busing, but it definitely is not building volume higher. But it also ran its overnight low and its overnight high. That was pretty tight overnight range last night. Or at least it seemed to be to me.
Yeah, that's a good question for Nick. Nick.
Ooh, yeah.
How important are the options levels for your trading prep?
Yes, Mr. Gamma, tell us.
So they're important just in the way of any relevant MGI information. It's for me, they're just more horizontal lines on a different chart that I use as confluence. Every day, I kind of blend my secret sauce of how I look at them into those lovely little tables that you might see if you subscribe to the Substack. That's free. But those are the option levels. So those are just like split out as confluence. So when it overlaps, let's say other pieces of MGI, that's how it appears on my chart. So it'll be a blend of two levels, and I'm building like scoring methodology going forward for it, based on how many different levels are kind of tied to that area on different time frames. But they're important. It's just another piece of data that I use, but I don't treat it any different than I do any other normal MGI, which is you listen to XY talk about things because he's the master at it. When we get to a specific spot, I'm just eyes open and then watching what the market and the auction is actively telling me it wants to do when it approaches or gets to a certain spot. Do we blow through it? Does it become like support and resistance? Or do we stall there? All of that is kind of important information for me, but I just treat it like I do anything else that I actively have on my chart. Beyond that, yeah, it just makes my brain hurt, and then we start doing bits about dark pools and foreign liquidity and market makers manipulating. But no, I think it's just an added thing that you should be paying attention to because options make up such a big pool of the day-to-day trading these days. You know, it's a good amount of the volume in the S&Ps and the triple Qs, which in turn requires the futures contracts to adjust based on it. So I tend to look at it in that magnitude.
Is this seller going to get somewhere right now? He sure is trying to.
Richie Rich says, my gamma has dementia. I stopped trusting her.
Yeah, as much, I mean, we sure do make a lot of gamma jokes, but that's just because we like to make jokes. I mean, it definitely matters.
But okay, so the whole joke, guys, it's like, yes, we all know it definitely matters. We know it has pull and pushes at times, just like, you know, other aspects of hedging mechanics that can be for future contracts and other products.
Wait. I shouldn't admit. Wait, am I losing the bit right now?
No, the bit's not going to die. The
Okay.
logic is we're not smart enough to really understand the true math and logic behind what the larger market makers and things use the options for, and things like the JPM collar that you hear once a quarter about. We're just not smart enough to understand it, and nor do I care for this, let's say 10 minutes that I may be in a trade. So I think the bit just comes down to a lot of people like to make, you know, big to-dos about it and make it seem like this scary dark pool of liquidity that controls the algorithms of the market and things, and uses fancy Greek words to make it sound complicated. So simplify it by just treating it like any other level of support and resistance.
You know, I didn't hear a damn thing about the collar this quarter.
I didn't either.
It was nice.
Did it roll? Did the collar roll? Adjust?
I don't know. Don't they do
something?
it every quarter?
I don't know.
Oh, is it every quarter? I don't feel like I hear about it every quarter.
Maybe I muted it. I muted the collar.
I didn't, but here's the thing. I didn't get to use my office GIF that says "shut up about the collar," and I didn't get to use it this quarter. So clearly, it was a quieter collar that was put on.
Yeah, not really a fake out. I mean, NQ is just in the middle of bounce. It just bounced off its RTH open. The 5-minute opening range is huge. It's almost the whole thing. So, I don't know. He's smack in the middle of it. Like I said, NQ is going to bounce in the middle of nowhere if ES is going to keep going. And that was literally the middle. Woo! Everybody was rooting for the Dow right now. I wish Selma was here. Selma loves that damn thing.
Right?
Back again. Shady's back. This is crushing it right now. I'm pumped. I need to go. I need to go do something. It's super active after this. All this hip hop is pumping me up.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Yes. As you guys see in the chat, please hit the like. We haven't begged for likes all morning.
Yeah, Shap. Yep. Weekly -1. Still working. I don't want to take it. Like, that's a good example of, I'll pull that over. Whoop. Right. So this is monthly down here, give or take, I think, like 455. But yeah, weekly should be around here, 710. I look at those. I'm almost married to those things. However, I can't take it in the middle of nowhere. So that's a good bounce, but I have to be inside of this day and find a spot. And I don't want to take it I mean, it's the RTH Open, but this is also the point of control after, I don't know what the hell time it is, 11:35. Yeah, I just can't. I can't take these trades and be successful. This is the kind of stuff I'm trying to stop chasing. So I'm looking down here. There was a big buyer here at 640. I'd like to see him get talked to again. I will buy the -1. I'll buy the -1.5 also if these flatten out. Or I'll just be done. But you're right. On a higher time frame context, this gives us good signs for Thursday, good signs for Friday that we are in neutral territory where we can get away with some longs. I'm tailing Richie Rich's position now. That's all I'm rooting for.
He's got about 30 more to go. 35.
Without me.
There was a guy, really famous guy. You guys might know him. There was a time where he was saying volume profile is absolutely useless.
Oh,
you might know him. I don't know. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty useful to me here. Looking at this
is
chart.
the displacement in the room with us?
No. You don't understand, XY. You don't understand.
That's the thing. That's the thing I do know is that I don't understand. That's one thing I know. It's that I don't understand.
Listen, they are just showing you the volume they want you to see. You have to understand the way that the lizards work.
But we only see gray volume.
Right.
You just weren't paying attention.
How is nobody in a position I need some action? Well, you should have been on time to the stream earlier. You should have been on time.
I was very long and got stopped.
There was plenty of action.
Yeah, I did my work early, Omni. Sorry. 9:45 to 9:51. Looks like I worked a solid 6 minutes today. That's messed up.
ES is not done here. Ain't no way.
No, now it's partying.
Ain't no way.
They are
2 and 173.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, that's cool, huh? I love it.
That was actually an inverted unicorn gap with the interbank transfer algo. Dude, hey, you might write that down. Write that down. Somebody write that down.
Yep.
Somebody write that down.
Oh, man. No, Shap. I just don't like it because it doesn't have anything to do with VWAP. It's just in the middle of the range, and I don't have any volume. Here, I'll pull it up again. I don't have any I got nothing to lean on here that tells me that this isn't just smack dab in the middle of everywhere. I like it as a concept that we bounced there and that we're holding above it. But as far as the day goes, that's not a good place for me to enter because it's tons of volume here. It's just the middle of the range. So I can't put 15 points of a stop here and think I'm going to be okay. I just can't. But I mean, I like it in the idea that like, okay, NQ's trying to hold outside of its weekly lower band. That's good. If it can spend all day kicking off that thing, that's great for me for Thursday and Friday. But I just can't take that trade when NQ is balancing like this. Now ES is doing a totally different thing. If NQ had a node like this or literally anything here at 710 like ES has between 77 and 67, then I'd be like, okay, I can take a look down here. But instead it has a high volume node instead of a low volume node. And it made the damn thing the point of control. So I don't know. For those reasons, I'm out. Doesn't mean it's not a good trade. Those weekly and monthly minus ones and plus ones, I really don't use them for trade locations. Like, I really try not to. I mark them, and then I'm just like, okay, let's find something somewhere close, and then it has to show up for me on the volume profile, on the actual intraday, VWAP shape, stuff like that. Sandy, my volume profile is just RTH VWAP. RTH session.
I was like, how'd you get that?
Jeez Louise. I've been talking for too long this week. It's only Wednesday. Somebody told me the protein coffee I've been drinking is called a bro latte, and now I hate it.
I've never heard of that.
I'm so sad.
I haven't heard that one.
Makes sense, though.
Well, it's rude because I was enjoying it, and now I feel like
what's
like
wrong
an
with
idiot.
that? You're a bro.
Am I a bro?
There's nothing wrong with a little coffee or caffeine and protein together. just killing two birds with one stone instead of having to chug a protein shake and then sip it on coffee.
Meant to tell you, I was working on some school stuff last night. Went to the store. Was like, I'll give 8 milligram a try. Huge mistake.
No.
It's a slippy slope.
Don't do it.
Yeah, that was too much. Would you guys say higher ATR days usually look this way? Mia, like, be more specific. Look like what? Because ES and NQ are doing two completely different things right now.
ATR is a little bit elevated. But yeah, what do you mean exactly?
A whippy back and forth range?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I guess.
Because if it's high ATR and it's not whippy, that's a super, super, super one-way market with like no pullbacks. So yeah, you'll get a lot of whip if it's high ATR. That's why if it is high ATR, I get really greedy with entries. See if the market will come fill me there. Because if I try to chase entries, there's a high chance I'll be stopped out before, I'm even remotely wrong. So high ATRs, I get really greedy with entries. A lot of times you get missed. It is what it is, but it's really hard to risk. It's a lot more difficult to, risk responsibly in high ATR markets.
XY also cheats. He uses his Hekinashi candles to negotiate and haggle at prices that are literally unfair according to the candle.
Yeah. Unfair.
Yes.
Unfair value gaps. You do horrible in high TR. Yeah. I think it's a common thing. It's more difficult, for sure.
You just have to, I don't know. It just tests your patience a little more. The one
Holy
thing you can do if
moly.
you struggle in a high ATR environment is just stop looking at ATR. That helps me a lot. Just turn that baby off. Arvol, never met her.
It's fake news if it's not on your chart.
Correct.
Hey XY, I trade a similar strat to you, but my win rate is like 10%. I would say you might think you trade a similar strat, but if your win rate is 10%, I don't think it's the same strat. No, it's probably not. That's way too low. It's extremely low.
Oh my goodness. You got me with that one. I wasn't even ready.
How do I get it up? Yeah. I can't even begin because I don't think it's the same strat.
Ooh.
What candles do I use? Hekinashi. That's why I just told me the joke.
Oh,
These
my
are
word.
Hekinashi candles.
Yeah, Hikinashi candles show you where you can put literal stink bids and offers in on an actual 5-minute candle if you want to. And it'll
Did I start Hekinashi because you overtrade before or you didn't like the noise? I did. So obviously you start with candles, tick base and then volume base, but they are still candles, like candlesticks, the normal ones. And I realized at some point, like I don't trust 1 minute price action, candle by candle. It needs to be an aggregate, multiple candles. So why do I need to see what kind of candlestick prints on a 1 minute? So then I went to Renko, cleaned it up a lot. I enjoyed it. And I went to Hikinashi to try it. And I found that I liked it even more than Renko. It just smooths everything out. I'm not looking to see 1 minute candle by candle price action. I just want to see where price is moving, how it's moving. And Hikinashi smooths all of it out because when I'm looking to execute or certain levels or certain areas I want to trade, it's not going to be on a 1 minute candle. It's going to be on like the volume profile, or for entries, it's going to be on the footprint or a DOM. So 1 minute candles became anything under 5 minute time frame. Whatever candle type prints, it doesn't matter to me. So at that point, let's just make it more like digestible at a glance. And it became Renko. And then it became Hikinashi. And I've just gotten used to it. Yeah, and I've even tried Hikinashi at like volume, like 500 volume, 200 volume, 700 volume. And I just found that 1 minute just kept it clean. And it was just the cleanest way for me to look at it. And that's how I'm just using 1 minute Hikinashi. Never changed it because, well, I mean, things are working out for me, so I don't really want to mess with anything.
I remember when we were all partying with the Renko chart a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I hated that. It was the worst.
You did?
Yeah.
I liked it.
I didn't know I just didn't know what the hell I was looking at. It messed with me.
That also happens. Yeah. If you don't know what you're looking at, it does tend to suck. Definitely.
Yeah, like, what the what?
Yeah, also guys, that was meant to be as like a funny joke for ha-has, but I did not mean to roast the guy, so I apologize if you felt that way. It was just a funny it's good timing for a funny joke is all. But no, I honestly do think if it's 10%, we are not doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
And from there, increasing the win rate. I think increasing a win rate is like the hardest thing to do of all the metrics. Because there's so many things. You don't even know where to start. I don't know what your trading looks like. I don't know what the issue could be. But if you actually journal a lot and track that, you'll find the answer much quicker. A lot of my buddies, once they started seriously tracking their trades, journaling and putting it in, They found the holes in their game super fast.
The heck? I'm trying to figure out what you would even need. What kind of R you need on that to even be profitable with 10%. You need like 12 R.
Which is insane to think about, right?
Yeah.
On a normal basis. Yeah. So
I mean,
it's time for a new strategy, honestly. 10% is too low. Like it's just way, way too low. But the answer is in the journaling. The answer is in reviewing your trades, replay. It could be screen record, like someone just mentioned in the chat. There's a lot of work to be done. And I might guess that you are not putting that work in, because to hover at 10% and to ask how to bring it up kind of implies to me like that work has not been put in.
Yeah, I'd work on like real answer, not roasty. And also, I would just like to say I didn't make that joke. XY did. I just laughed at it. So don't blame me if your feelings got hurt. But no, real talk, just figure out, in order to have a winning strategy, it's all has to be based on your win rate, your win percentage, and your risk to reward ratio. All three of those things need to be in line. If you can be any kind of trader you want to be, and we just think the 10% seems insane, because you do need like 1 to 12 risk to reward ratio.
There's something really fundamentally wrong if you are only correct 10% of the time.
Yeah.
Like that's not a tweak kind of thing. There is something very fundamentally wrong in that strategy.
I would experiment with different.
Normally wouldn't be that low.
Yeah. Like, are you looking for too big of moves for the size that you're putting on? Like, why are you getting stopped out 90% of the time? Is it your locations? Is it your stop size? Is it your risk profile? Just start digging into, I mean, we don't know how you trade. So just start digging into the nuts and bolts of that and see what you see.
We have a alert singles, hot local singles in our area. ES single print. DJ Trades has an alert 72.25 to 76.25.
Yeah. It
Local
do be
singles
there
in our area.
There's some liquidity at 73. I'm trying to see if this high, somebody asked me, this high sucks. Not for many reasons, but also it's really incomplete up there.
Yes, it is. And they're gonna take care of that in the worst way possible.
Yep.
As they do. Trading with line. At my best, it was 27%. As of last month, it's been 10% if I remove partials. Yeah, I think the strategy is honestly not. There's probably no edge in it. It might. I don't know where you found it. They might have just made a YouTube video off of certain cherry-picked examples that seem simple enough for people to follow, but don't carry real edge. It doesn't sound feasible. Honestly, it really doesn't. 10% is way too low. 27% at its best is not sustainable.
I mean, I need 52. If I'm getting 45, then I start to get into trouble.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. He says, I trade kind of like Nadro, basically, which is not how I trade at all. So we've debunked one thing. We do not trade alike in any way. So now that we're starting to debunk stuff, I'm sure there's more to debunk in your trading. Yeah, I can't even begin because I have no idea what your trading looks like. But now I know that it does not look like mine whatsoever.
Ooh. $132 there at 700.
Yeah, I mean, 37% win rate is not low. You know, some people might say it is, but I don't think that's really that low. So that's a whole, like, you're in a whole different situation. Abish. Hey, this is the guy that said one time all I do is yap and not trade, and here I am yapping again. Welcome, welcome. Um, yeah, you're in a different situation. 37% is pretty solid. Obviously there's higher, but it depends on the R. If you're getting 4 or 5, geez, that's a lot. But that's a different situation. I think 10% and then 27 at the highest is a whole different situation. If it's okay, well, he says it's basically all auction market theory and order flow. I've never traded Nadro. Can anyone that does in the chat tell me if he's trading Nadro and he can sit there and say it's basically all order flow and auction market theory? Because I know Nadro has VWAP bands and stuff. I don't have bands. I don't have bands of anything. Can't go band for band with me. I don't have any.
I like that. That's fun. They faking me out?
132 lots at this swing low.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think it's done in NQ. It's gonna move lower. I can't believe ES. Actually, no, ES is still in this low volume spot.
Rejected the
not
node.
Too bad. Cool market, dude. It's insanely tricky today.
I'm long ES right here.
I do like ES longs though. Yeah. I think I keep most a little lower.
They've got a good tail, 75 to 74.50. I mean, I like how that. I mean, you see the DOM there, 74.50 got 11 lots, kind of ran out of gas, and I mean they're stepping on it here. So I'm just trying.
I just think, look, the high sucks. It's very likely to be traded through, and this is where it has to happen.
Let's go.
Yeah. This low volume spot is where that has to happen because they're going to lose this node. It's going to be dirty.
What happened? Okay, there we go. Got pressed the wrong button.
How long do I trade?
Woo! Oh my God. Patience. So happy.
Nice.
Nick, I told you doing that silly show where I talk about my feelings was going to help my trading, and it did.
Yep. I mean, there was, whoever that 700 guy is on NQ right there, just slapping it. But yeah, we talk about our feelings.
Murder was the case that they gave me. Also, Omni, nice call. Omni called 76 out like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, good call. It had order flow around it too, so that was good. Yeah, that was cool. I'm not trying to over celebrate, but it's been a bit of a dark place for old Stowe last couple
Volume
weeks.
profile's pretty good, huh, Stowe? Would you say so?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Sometimes the volume profile that they choose to show you, it still works and is still tradable. So you have to learn to work with the information that the lizards and the white man are going to give you.
Is it fake volume or real volume?
Doesn't matter.
Phantom volume.
Yeah, this is the problem. Everybody wants to know why. Why V range? What is V range? If you just turn your brain off and use the thing and stop thinking about why, you have a lot more space in your brain to do other stuff.
Yes. The less you start making what I would say are like smart decisions in terms of like actively trading, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
The better you will do. The more you try to outsmart or start thinking you're not overthinking or spending too much time trying to incorporate a thesis based on what's going on macro wise or what
I've got a narrative for you guys. The DJ trade says it ate into that single print a bit, then took off. What happened is they went to go meet the local singles and found out they were not hot.
True.
They just turned back around.
Yeah, it turns out those people down there, they were using AI on their profile pics big time.
That's the narrative here.
Swipe right or swipe left.
More vibes, less think.
Yeah. Just smooth brain the shit.
You really don't have to get fancy with trading, man. You can say 16 million different things, or you can say, hey, it's a low volume spot. I don't trust that high. I think this is where they should hold.
Or
And
like
then you get
this.
long, and then you're Stowe right now.
The trolling
see,
aside,
see big red line on the delta profile. I get long. That could be as simple
All
as
right,
that.
that's too much sauce. Relax, Nick. You're giving away too much for free.
I'll put it here. What's up, Jim?
Hey, gentlemen.
So trolling aside, and I mean there was stuff on the DOM down here too, but this is all I really needed to see. This is a quick walkthrough of this trade because we do use volume profile matters, and stop letting people tell you it doesn't. This is a low volume node. This is where people don't want to hang out, don't want to transact. And then we saw this come down here. We saw a bunch of selling get rewarded, and then this dried up. This is a tail on the delta volume profile inside of this tiny rotation, inside of this 10-point leg down. So we just had 11 lots traded here, 19, 20. These are all low numbers for ES. We then got back above, and this buying came in, blue team, and it was rewarded. So I waited for this to come down, saw this selling, saw this tail, saw the buyer show up, and then I hit market order. I would have liked to have been in 77, but I got 77.75. Took one off here at the +1 because that's what I do when we're inside of the range. And then now we're just holding to see if this high can break. And if we come out of here, actually, I'm going to trail it. To hell with it. The end.
So, Stowe, I got a question.
All right.
Where's your +1?
I got +1 at 74.83.
All right. And then +2.
+2 is at 74.99 and a quarter.
All right. And that's your target right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because this high, I mean, they got up there. They traded 100 and what was it, XY? Like 177 lots?
It was 2 and 170 something, I think, like that. Let me see. Now I'm curious. It was 2 and 173.
Yeah.
At the offer.
So we got actual digits up there talking about the poor high. So not only is it a flat, stupid place, but I'm going to try to take it out.
All right, all right. Well, I like the fact your stops moved up. That's good.
Yeah. Why not, right?
I like it. I like it. Nick, you're flat, right?
I am flat.
XYZ is too?
Mm-hmm.
All right, all right. Well, appreciate you guys. Great job this morning as usual. Let's give these three gentlemen a round of applause, please. Great seeing you guys. Appreciate you as usual. I'm sure I will talk to you later in the week. It's only Wednesday. We got some more time left on the calendar before it's Friday night, martini o'clock time. In the meantime, guys, take it easy. I'll talk to you soon. We're going to do an edge report and wrap up the morning stream.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks, chat.
Later,
See you guys.
All right, guys. Everyone's talking about Micron Technologies, so I thought I'd just pop up a Micron Technology chart just to see what everyone's talking about. Earnings, I do believe, are coming out after the close. We do have Jack Gleason, Selma, OGS, and Tanya Trades with us to trade the close this afternoon after Shai's afternoon briefing, and maybe we'll be able to talk them into spending an extra 5 minutes with us just to see what kind of reaction we're going to get on the Nasdaq. But this is kind of a big deal. High bandwidth memory used in AI accelerators. That's the big tagline right here. And this thing is in like the Nasdaq 100, the S&P 500, the Russell 1000, semiconductor ETFs, and then the other ETFs, like SPY and QQQ. So it's kind of a big deal today, and I feel like there's a little bit of anticipation going on. So I thought I'd pull up the chart right here, and I have all the usual things, right? I have my annual VWAP on here as well. That's that white line down here. I have one standard deviation band. I didn't put two standard deviation bands on. I did actually put two standard deviation bands on this chart. There's that blue line. I didn't highlight the middle of it. So we're kind of south of that second upper standard deviation band. And we've been kind of trading above it ever since the beginning of May 1st to be exact. Yeah, we had a couple dips below into that area, and then another dip back here at the beginning of June, but we kind of been popping up along it so far. Now we're kind of dipping into the area between plus 1 and plus 2, as we'd say. We have a little bit of an area of support here. I drew a rectangle. It lines up nicely with 23.6, and then a little bit lower here, 38.1. Now, this little candle way up here, if you use your imagination, you could consider this a bearish evening star candle. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. And this is actually a three candle pattern, where the third candle ends in disaster, which with a gap down, which is what we saw. So that's why I put it up there right now. So again, this is anticipating maybe a little heavier weight onto not only this particular price in this particular security, but also in the overall indices itself. So let's take a peek at the indices itself, and we'll go right to the NASDAQ right here. Again, we talked about this. We're right at that previous sessions, this kind of like swing high, I'll call it. I'll call it a swing high. On the 14th, we saw that. We're right at it right now. We have a perfect doji right now, which means the open and close price is the exact same. There's no body to the candle, and this generally either expresses uncertainty or price happiness. In this case, it's probably expressing uncertainty until after we get some more information. Remember, there was no really news today, no news bombs that I saw come across the tape, and we got this event coming on right after 4 o'clock today. So that's going to be something that we're going to keep our eye on. Bear with me 1 second here, everybody. Oh, nope, that's something else. In any event, we're back between the standard deviation band, right? The first standard deviation band and the VWAP, 23.6% is right there. And then we also have this kind of midpoint of this candle here, benchmark candle, 29,720. A lot of stuff going on right here. Not sure which way this thing is going to go, but we'll be ready to go because we could day trade this thing. Here's a couple of days back to back. Point of control is almost identical here for the NASI, which is super interesting. Yeah, with a huge sell-off yesterday, in the evening before yesterday, and all the action really happened in the initial balance yesterday. Today, it's kind of similar. We're a little bit further south here. Let's just open this up a little bit more to take a peek. I know we've been talking a lot about this with Stowe and company, XYZ and Nick, but I just wanted to show you some gamma levels and some other areas of interest that I think is important, other than the point of control right now, which is right there at 7, but it just changed in front of our eyes, 781-ish. We're kind of trading through this VWAP. This session VWAP, every single 30-minute candle since 7 to 7:30 traded through it. So it's not really, in my mind, it's a pivot point at this point. It's not really showing if buyers are in charge or sellers are in charge in a bigger scheme of things, but it's an important level anyway. We're trying to lean off of it right now to the upside, right to that point of control. Volume profile is pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Now, JAX 2, that's a gamma level that's kind of important, 29,800. Again, we traded through that an awful lot today. And then 0DTE put support is kind of framing the top of the conversation. Yeah, we had a close above it and a couple wicks above it, but that's kind of an important level right there, and that's at 875. We're only at 60% of the 34-day average range, so it's kind of a tight range today if you want to think of it that way as well. The midpoint of the IB is kind of support right now, and that's at 683.5. Yeah, we wicked all the way through it, but buyers brought us back up. We even wicked through previous sessions lows here, but again, we couldn't sustain it. Sellers couldn't keep us down. Buyers pushed us back up to equilibrium, and JAX 1, really big reach here at 29,500 until we get some more information. Right now, middle of the day, value area trading probably is the way to go until it's not. And I'll keep an eye on that value area right now between 695 on the bottom side and 855 on the top side. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with NinjaTrader Live today. We had a great day, great guests, everything across the board, including earlier with Trader Kane, and the Big Cat Leo. So appreciate that. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up. And remember, 2 o'clock start. Shai's doing her afternoon wrap up. We'll do another update on the Edge report. I'm going to talk about correlations a little bit between copper and the E-mini S&P and show you how to build a correlation chart. And then after that, remember, Tanya Trades, Selma, and Jack Leeson are going to be with us. One last thing I want to mention. I forgot to mention this earlier this morning. Thursday afternoon, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. East Coast time. We have Jack Gleason, Develop Your Edge, the next episode. I cannot wait. How to master position sizing with average true range. And Jack's ready to go, man. I talked to him yesterday, and he's pumped up. So come with your questions. If you can get in the chat, that'll be great. We'll get some questions to Jack, and he will take them. He's high energy, and he's enthusiastic, too. So looking forward to that as well. All right, folks. Well, listen, have a great lunch. We will see you this afternoon.